Thank you very much for coming to the second day and making such an early start. It's great. We've deliberately not overloaded the program. We're able to discuss things with sufficient depth. Unfortunately, this morning, our second speaker, Felipe, owing to unforeseen circumstances, is probably not going to join us. With Gianmarco's constantly in touch and we'll try to work it out. But if it doesn't work, I think the nature of the topic that Beatrice is going to be talking about is fascinating, and we'll transform this into a presentation and more of a conversation. Okay? So, Emma.
Hi, good morning everyone. This is a panel talking about the material and spatial dimensions of colonial memory. So focusing on how objects, museum collections and places shape and mediate historical narratives transnationally. We do, as Charles say, in theory have two speakers on this panel, but we're going to start with the speaker that we have present at the moment. I'm very happy to present Beatrice Falcucci. Beatrice is Juan de la Sierva postdoctoral fellow in history at the Pompeu Fabra University of Barcelona. Her work looks at colonial culture in Italy and the building of Italian national identity, Italian and European colonial museology, and post-colonial legacies in Italian society, culture, and politics. Her research has been awarded the Association for the Study of Modern Italy's Best Unpublished Article and Fondazione Spadolini Prize for Best Doctoral Thesis, which she defended at the University of Florence in 2021. Her current project deals with safari culture and the exploitation of exotic animals during the fascist period and its post-imperial legacy, exploring a wide range of visual products such as museum displays, books and films. And next year in January, she's going to take up a Marie Curie Global Fellowship project looking at Italian Africa, nature, animals and safari, which she'll hold between the University of Florence and the University of Houston. So that's very exciting, and I hope we'll hear more about that today. She's also published recently the monograph L'impero nei musei, Storie di collezioni coloniali italiane, came out in 2025, and I know we'll hear more about that in the presentation. She's also co-edited the books Travelling Matters Across the Mediterranean, Rereading, Reshaping, Reusing Objects from the 10th to the 20th century, so a very broad historical period. And then also L'Italia e il mondo post-coloniale, Politiche, Cooperazione e Mobilità da Decolonizzazioni e Guerra Fredda, which came out in 2023, and Rereading Travellers to the East, Shaping Identities and Building the Nation in Post-Unification Italy in 2022. Beatrice has some slides, so she's going to give her presentation from the podium.
Thank you so much, Emma. Thank you, Charles and Gianmarco, for this wonderful event you organized. So today I'm going to share a little bit of my work about working with and working on colonial collections and colonial objects. And in the last part of my presentation, I will also discuss an example of a collaborative project that me and Khalifa are currently working on. I'm really sad that he won't be here, so I'll try to explain a little bit also on his behalf. And then I hope that we can have a broader discussion on the theme. So the first thing that I really want to do is to share with you some of the issues I encountered and some doubts I have. Even though I wrote a book on the topic, I still have a lot of doubts, or at least some reflection that I'd like to share with you and maybe discuss later about how to write a history of colonial collections and colonial museums in Italy. So first of all, what does colonial mean to us? Does it refer to the African colonies? Does it also include Albania, which of course we know has a different story? also the Lebanese possession, or even the Chinese concession of Tianjin. And also something that was brought up yesterday, so informal colonialism in Latin America. The answer that I gave while preparing the book was that I was going to focus on the African empire. But of course, I think there is so much to do on the topic, and even informal colonialism in Latin America, it's really interesting, and it's really present, let's say, in Italian museums. Often, there is a section that is always close to the colonial African one, especially Peru. Lucy Ryle worked on Peru, or the connection between Italy and Peru, or the Italian peninsula before it was unified in a national state. And Peruvian collections are really present within Italian colonial museums, or Italian museums that also host colonial collections. So I think these questions still need an answer, and I try to give one, at least partially, but it's definitely more to be done. Then I was also thinking about when can an object be defined as colonial? And I have an example for you that I think makes it easier to understand what the question is about. So the example is about two objects that can usually be found within colonial collections in Italian museums. They're really common, let's say. So a rust cloak, for example, which is an indiment of a chief, let's say, or an important person in the Ethiopian society. And it's very common to encounter this kind of objects within different colonial collections and museums. And that's definitely something that exists before colonialism and before, like, the hand of the colonizers take it and bring it back to Italy and then put it on display. But then you have a colonial troop helmet, which is something that is designed especially for the purpose of military activity in the colony, within the colony. But then both are colonial in a way. Both are regarded and defined as colonial, and they can be found together within the same display, within the same collection. But I think they're totally different in so many regards. So this is another issue. And I decided to include both these two types of objects in my analysis. But I'm still thinking about it. You know? And then, from when does something become colonial? And this is a question that has a lot to do with the history of Italian colonialism, so we definitely have to decide, well, maybe not, but I did so. If we want to include in our analysis also objects that were collected in the 70s, in the 1870s, in the space there was of influence, of interest for the colonial, for colonial Italy. And then another question would be, when does the colonial period end? And do we want to include in our analysis also the objects related to the Italian trust ship on Somalia? And then, so what constitutes a colonial collection? What makes a museum colonial? Is it the modes of display, the presence of collections of specific provenance? So again, what about informal colonialism in Latin America and everywhere else? So these are just some of the questions that I didn't answer, I think, and that I still have and I'm still thinking about. So I would be happy to share with you also some reflection about that and hear from you. What I will be doing today is presenting some reflections connected to different kinds of museums, collections and display, and some interventions and recent interventions on the collection or the lack of them. And what I would like to do is go beyond the one national colonial museum, the Museo Coloniale or Museo dell'Africa Italiana, which is a very complex history of openings and closing. It opens in 1923, but it was an idea that was conceived a decade back, and then it closes for good, let's say, in 1974, but in the meantime it has a lot of translocation and opening and closing. But I would like to focus on something else, which are, let's call them musei di provincia, something that I'm much more interested in. And here you have a great example, I think, which is Museo Vittorio Bottego in Parma. I think you all know Vittorio Bottego if you're here, but if not, he was a military man. He studied at the Academy in Modena, and he went to Eritrea in 1887. And he really was interested in taking part in the Italian colonial enterprise, but in the end, what he did for most of the time was hunting. There wasn't much action going on, so he hunted a lot of animals, and then he thought, maybe I can give them to my city, to Parma. And the city, the Natural History Museum, was willing to accept this gift from Bottego, and so that's how the Museo Vittorio Bottego was born. And I think what's really interesting here is how he's depicted as a solitary hero that collects, gives names, because a lot of the animals he discovered, or at least he made it available for the European science and the Italian science of the time, still have nowadays its name, so bottegoi, a lot of different species. And he brings back all of this to his own town. Then what you see here is how it was displayed in 1907. The picture is actually from 1935, but it was exactly the same display, and how it was the last year, so nothing changed. What's very interesting here, I think, it's how he's depicted as this solitary hero that does everything on his own. He hunts the animals, he does taxidermy on them, he sends them to Italy, he describes, from a scientific point of view, how they're like, how it was hunting them, what they were doing, where they were. But then what we discover, actually looking into the collection a little bit more, is that this, of course, wasn't the enterprise of only one man. He had a lot of people supporting him. Some of the animals that he hunted are impossible to hunt by one person alone, of course. Also, some of the fishes, you need to have some apnea techniques to get them that are really, difficult to learn. So it probably wasn't him who got them. But this is cancelled, of course. There is no mention of any of this within the narration of the museum, not at the time and not today. Some other example, in this case, one museum that is in the capital city of Italy, Rome, so not a museo di provincia, but still, let's say, less known, a little collection that actually is really interesting, and we will see why. And then Museo Maria Fioroni in Legnago, which is close to Verona. So both displays are after the conquest of Ethiopia. And what we can see here is narration of what the empire was going to be like. And in the Museo dei Granatieri, which is actually, I didn't put the picture up, but it's almost the same. The display hasn't changed much, just like the Museo Vittorio Bottego. What we can see here, it's a consul statue. It's on your left. Which is actually something really sacred and rare to find within colonial collections and museums in Europe. So the Museo dei Granatieri has a few, actually, not just one. and they totally don't know anything about it. They don't know the provenance, they don't know how it got there, but it's actually something that you have to steal, because usually no one would ever give up a statue of such importance and such significance. An interesting thing is that the Museo delle Civiltà has some other of the Consul State, and I think Museo dei Granatieri and Museo delle Civiltà are the only two museums. I don't know about Europe, I'm sure about Italy, that had Consul State statue. And what the Museo delle Civiltà knows about their statues is that Mariscotti Ruspoli stole them, and he actually wrote in his diary that it was really hard to stole them. He had to pretend something was going on, so the people of the village would go to check what was happening away from the place where the Consul State were stored, so he could get in, stole them, and bring them back to them. There is nothing we know about, on the other hand, the Consul statue that is in the Museo dei Granatieri. No provenance, no date of acquisition of anything else. So kind of a reminder of also how the story of objects is important, but of course that's obvious, but how different collections can talk to each other and bring out stories that otherwise would be impossible to tell. And about stories, talking about stories, Museo Fioroni, which is the museum that you can see here, in this picture, has another great story. So Maria Fioroni is the daughter of a man that fought with Garibaldi in the Risorgimento, a very rich aristocratic family, and she's really interested in Africa, although she never visits the Italian colonies or any other part of the continent. And she decided to establish this museum as kind of a gift to the city of Legnago. And the museum is inspired by the Alhambra of Granada. So with this exotic Africa or Orient, let's say, that doesn't really exist, it doesn't really make sense. You have animal skins, you have carpets, you have swords. And what's really interesting in this case, I think it's also this issue of class. So with Maria Fioroni being this aristocratic woman, she works with the Fascio di Legnago, with this Istituto Fascista dell'Africa Italiana, so she's in touch with the colonial institution, Italian colonial institution, and what she wants to present is an idea of Africa that can be appealing to the people of Legnago, to the people of the region of Veneto. So an imaginary created by upper-class aristocratic to convince the peasants of Veneto to actually seek fortune in the Italian colonies, to show them how interesting and beautiful and exotic and adventurous the colonies are. You can go big game hunting. The atmosphere is very interesting, very exotic. There are lions, there are carpets, kind of a Salgari book, no? So this is another example, I think a great example of how these musei di provincia really tell a history of the Italian colonial space that of course had really little to do with reality, but I guess that was the whole point. Another example of collections that are usually not considered while dealing with colonial museums. So we have here the Museo Etiopico Guglielmo Massai in Frascati, so a missionary museum. And what's really interesting is that at first this museum was called Museo Guglielmo Massaia. So it was a series of period rooms, basically the chambers where Massaia spent the last years of his life coming back from Ethiopia. And then what happens in the 20s is that Padre Farina, who's in charge of the museums, start buying at auction different objects and entire collections from Ethiopia. The objects have nothing to do with Masai, of course. There is no relation to Guglielmo Massaia, but he wanted to change the narration of the museum. And in 1935, also the name changes and becomes Museo Etiopico Guglielmo Massaia, which is the name that museums still nowadays. Something else that I wanted to focus on, it's a type of collection that usually the coloniality, let's say, of the collection is not recognized. It's zoological collection, and in generally speaking, broadly speaking, natural history museums and natural history collections. So this is part of my new project on big game hunting and safari. And I think it's interesting to see how this collection were represented. It's harder even nowadays for many museum creators and visitors to see the coloniality of these collections, but there are actually so many spread across Italy, and they really need some contextualization. Absolutely, there is no funds, no personnel, zero budget. I totally get it. But I wanted to share an example of something that has been done by the Natural History Museum in Verona with zero budget. But at least they try to put, let's say, in dialogue the collection, the colonial collection and the library materials that they already have. And they created display with the maps showing what was the itinerary of the explorer or scientist that actually brought these birds back from Dancalia. And I think it was interesting because, again, with zero budget, zero resources, it's still something that can be done, at least a very first step. Then, of course, I was trying to map all of these collections, and what's interesting is that it's never-ending journey, because I was in Villa Bigoni for a conference, and I just go to the library and I find this. This is Ercole Petazzi collection, never heard of, Biblioteca Civica di Menaggio, first displayed just a few years back. So there is always something coming up, something new, something interesting that you have never seen. And really, our museums, but also our libraries, apparently, are full of collections. And in my work, my map, let's say, I have really hundreds of them on. And this was never, ever exhibited. It arrived in Menaggio in 1938, 1939. But it was never displayed, so that's the first time it has ever been displayed, and it's on display right now in the library in Menaggio on Lake Como. But speaking about display, of course, in the last few years there have been new exhibitions of colonial collections, and I will just present two examples here. This is the Mucik. We were discussing it yesterday, so I don't think there is much to add. It's a temporary display. Now, I think yesterday, actually, there was the inauguration of the second, let's say, part of this Museo dell'Opacità. So it's a temporary display with always new displays coming up, with both elements from the colonial collections of the former Museo dell'Africa Italiana and arts and performance and different items, movies and so on, created by artists, directors, writers, in dialogue, let's say, with these different objects. And here is semi-biologic, just an example. The other that I wanted to share, the other project that I wanted to share is the Museo delle Culture in Milan, and maybe I will focus a little bit more on this since we didn't recall it yesterday. That's a permanent display, which is interesting because I think it's actually the only permanent display in Italy right now on colonialism in Africa, and especially on Italian colonialism in Africa. That's the new permanent display Milano Globale 2021, and that's the room Africa. So what they try to do, and I think that's also interesting, is to select some pieces from other museums, since Museo delle Culture doesn't have a proper colonial collection inside the collections of the raccolte civiche of the Milan city. They only have a few objects from Giuseppe Vigoni, from the 1870s, 1880s, from Ethiopia, but then there was a fire with the bombings during World War II, so they only have a few pieces. What they did was ask to other museums objects, the objects that they needed to tell the story that they wanted to tell. So I think that's very interesting, and I think that's the only case that we have in Italy right now. They also did some workshops with members of the Chinese community, the Ethiopian communities, different communities from Latin America, to ask them how they wanted their objects to be displayed in this Milano Globale permanent display. And finally, we have been, I was presenting about displays, about collections, and I didn't focus so much on objects today. But I wanted to end with one object in particular, that is what, let's say, an example of a reflection that can be carried on a single object, and also of a collaborative approach that me and Khalifa are working on. So these are maybe Omar al-Mukhtar glasses, and they're kept at the Museo delle Civiltà as part of the former colonial collections of the Museo Coloniale. So what I did was try to retrace their history. And I was able to piece together a few different moments in their story about their arrival in Rome, the restitution request that was made from Libya in the 50s. But then what I found out is that apparently there are also Omar al-Mukhtar glasses on display in the Assarai Alhambra Museum in Tripoli. So we have two pairs of glasses at the very least, because I also found that there are there's another pair that was sold in Syria a few years back. So a lot of pairs of Omar al-Mukhtar glasses, but what me and Khalifa wanted to focus on is the pair that is in Rome and the other that is in Tripoli, because we think that it's kind of a way to tell two sides of different stories. So in Tripoli they say that the proper Omar al-Mukhtar glasses, the two Omar al-Mukhtar glasses are there. In Rome, the curators are pretty sure the original Omar al-Mukhtar glasses are this one that you see here. And what we wanted to do, and Khalifa, who's a director and writer, was really would have been much better if he was to tell the story, but the idea is to have documentary shot about them. So interviewing the curators at the Museo delle Civiltà, interviewing curators in Tripoli. We were actually planning, for Khalifa to be back maybe this summer or next autumn, but then maybe you've heard clashes erupt just a few days ago, so we don't know if this is going to happen, but still we really want to tell this story and the two sides, let's say, and kind of put them together. We're not really interested in which one is the true pair of Omar al-Mukhtar glasses. We're not interested in the answer to this question, and we're not interested in finding out what's a replica, what's a copy, we like the story as it is, and we don't want to really discover any truth about it. but we like the idea of, two sides of the two parts in the story, like telling their own version of it. And I think that's it. I'm really sorry that Khalifa cannot be here to tell you more about it, but maybe we can, have a discussion.
Thank you. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Beatrice, for giving us such a great overview of, partly I think what's interesting for me is hearing the methodological challenges of doing the sort of mapping work that Beatrice carried out for the monograph that came out this year. This is a really, really important work for all of us who are interested in colonial museum collections in Italy. And it's interesting to hear those doubts, those uncertainties, particularly around definitions, right? What makes an object colonial? When can we start to define the colonial period as having begun and then also end it if it has? So I wanted to hear a little bit more about your considerations perhaps in the book about those sort of definitions around how you took colonial collections and how you took objects to signify in that way. And you raised really interesting points around the function of the collection in and of itself, right? When you're talking about one of the collections that had been created with a specific kind of almost propaganda kind of intent to educate, but also to create a sort of desire, right, for colonial expansion. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit more about those definitions and those problems that you came up against.
So I can tell you like what was my final answer, at least for now. I decided to include the objects collected in the 70s in Ethiopia, so by Orazio Antinori, for example, the great explorers of the period, because later they were used a lot by the fascist propaganda with this idea of explorers and pioneers. So I really thought that there was a need to include them, even if Ethiopia at the time was not part of the colonial. It wasn't a colony and hasn't been for a long time before actually being part of the Italian Empire. So I decided to include them specifically because they play like a huge role within the propaganda. Antinori, Mariscotti that I was mentioning, and then Giuseppe Vigoni himself, Camperio, and so many others. So that's why I decided to include them, and I'm still pretty certain that that's still my answer, at least this one. I haven't changed my mind. I haven't included the objects coming from Somalia in between 1950 and 1960. So the trust ship on Somalia period. And I did that because I think that's a whole other story. And that's definitely interesting. But it's already 400 pages. And then that's very interesting, but I guess what's more interesting during this period is temporary exhibition. So again, a whole other story, very interesting as well. How Somalia was presented to the Italian public and to the greater public as a place where to invest. And also how the Italians were able to have progress there, like supposedly, of course, during the period of the trust ship. So I think what's more interesting would be to analyze how Somalia was presented in the Fiera del Levante di Bari, Fiera del Mediterraneo di Palermo, and I have some pictures. I started to look into it. I don't have documents, sadly, but yeah, that's maybe another project.
Yeah, and I think what you were just about to start talking about at the end is something also I wanted to hear more about. Is the issue of provenance, or rather the lack of provenance information we have about so many of these objects. How do you go about kind of countering that lack in the kind of work that you're doing, and that actually all of us are doing as well? So these questions, but Beatrice, are also questions that are opening up to all of our interests, right? There is a certain violence as well in the fact that we don't have information about how those objects were collected, acquired, stolen, so on and so forth. We don't have a lot of acquisition material either at the time. So that lack of detail, the lack of information is also part of that colonial structure of creating a museum collection. And I wonder how you try and counter that when you're talking about them.
That's a great question, and it's really hard when you don't have like documents in a museum about when the objects arrived within the collection, where it came from. One thing that you can do, that I tried to do, was look into the local newspaper, because sometimes there is like news about the acquisition, especially if it's a little city within, you know, it's a collection within maybe the civic museum. So sometimes you find something, but it's really hard. And you can look into the diaries of, you know, people who worked in the museum, the personal papers of people who were in some way in a relation with the museum. But it's really hard to find anything, actually. And of course, Omar al-Mukhtar glasses are a good example, but on the other hand, a really bad example, because Omar al-Mukhtar was a very renowned figure that everyone knew who he was, and we have the request for the restitution clearly stating we want the glasses back, and that's from the 1955, if I remember correctly. But in so many other cases, we don't have any of this. So it's also a form of violence, as you were saying. And it's also a way to, it's kind of an excuse, no? To say, oh, we don't know anything about this collection. We would be so happy to, you know the provenance, but we don't, so there's nothing we can do. Which, on the other hand, as I was mentioning, this museum doesn't have funds, very little personnel, no one is specifically working on provenance, which is something that is happening, for example, in the Humboldt Museum, which has a lot of problems, a lot of issues, but you have people working only and specifically on the provenance of the collections. So, of course, it's easier, like, to get even small advances on the knowledge of the collections if you have researchers working just on this.
Does anybody have any questions for Beatrice? Yeah, Julian and Viviana together.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, for this presentation. I think your work is really precious, and this kind of mapping gives us a glimpse on the incredible amount of objects stored or exposed in our small and big museums. And I'd like to ask you two questions. One about if you think there is a difference in the observation you did on these museums between the small ones, the small museums, and the big ones in relation to the narration of this subject, but also because we know that now big museums are dealing with this topic. And so I'm wondering if curators, directors, people working with small museums start to have some consciousness of the problematicity of these collections, and also if there is a kind of sort of different kind of relationship between these small museums and the public or people who live in that cities, because I think that I get that these museums are starting collecting also small private collections, I think. And the second question is, in your opinion, in your personal opinion, after having seen all this stuff, what do you think we could do, they could do, this museum? I know that is a difficult question, but always struck me the difficulty to imagine something different from the contextualization. I mean, do you think that is enough contextualization, or we can do something else? Thank you.
I will start from the last question, and of course the answer would be no. But thinking about the different situation, like the small museums especially, I think contextualization would be a start. Like that, we definitely have to start from that. And then maybe we can think about something else, but there is a lack of contextualization, and that's the main problem, I would say, for now at the very least. So you go to Reggio Emilia, to the Franchetti collection that I was showing before, and there is literally nothing, not even a line, acknowledging the fact that it's a colonial collection. Then Franchetti was actually a very important figure of the time. So I think that's like the very start. And then from that, maybe we can build on some different projects with different ideas, also find different things, see what works. But I think the first step would be contextualization, and sadly that's missing from many, many collections, especially, once again, natural history collections. They're really hard for the creators themselves to acknowledge them as colonial. But I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's a colonial diorama, and it's a colonial trophy, and it's an animal skin there on that wall. But it's really, really difficult also for the public, I think, right now, to see them as colonial, to see those animals and that animals as so embedded within the colonial enterprise. And there's definitely a different perception between, let's say, I don't know if I'm comfortable with big museums, small museum, because then I'm thinking about like the Florence Museum of Anthropology. It's a huge collection, and then I mean there is no contextualization, or very, very little, too little. So I don't really know. I mean, yes, of course, the pressure that the Museo delle Civiltà has, it's different. But also on the Anthropology Museum, there was huge, I mean, there was a huge discussion going on. We were discussing this yesterday, and a lot of researchers went there and asked and tried. So I don't know, maybe that's because it's part of the university, and so it makes it harder in so many ways, which is maybe counterintuitive. You would think that it would be easier, but it's not. But then, of course, you have very small museums, like the Maria Fioroni, and it's hard to intervene in any way. And of course, also the visitors, maybe they don't really understand what they're looking at. That it's not like the trophies of the brother of Maria Fioroni, a wealthy man from Legnago traveling around the world. So, I'm sorry, maybe that's not the answer you were looking for. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Beatrice, very interesting contribution. At the beginning of the 2000 in Emilia-Romagna region, the region organized a research about all small collections. You know very well, not this situation. And it was very interesting because they discovered a lot of really small private collection. But the question is, are no collection that beginning at the time of in the colonial time, or more or less, I think 40%, are collection born and created in the 17th or 60s. So, but the display, the caption, the text in the catalog are absolutely colonial language, the colonial language. So, which position we can take in front of this one, and which kind of work we can make in this collection? Because I think it's very interesting. Because then in Bologna made the exhibition Africa, that I think you know, this small exhibition, I think 2 or 3 years ago.
Museo del Risorgimento.
Exactly. No, the other one in...
ex-Africa.
Ex-Africa. It is with a display completely colonial, and the best part of the items inside this exhibition are from this small collection in the region. So, which kind of position we can take in front of this that is not exactly colonial collection, and for this reason not stay inside the research about the colonial display, but are a neo-colonial display? Thank you.
That's a great question, and private collections are really interesting. Already in 1992, Angelo Del Bovo said that at least one family out of 10 has a small private colonial collection in Italy. And that's very interesting because I always ask my students to, think about their grandparents and have you ever seen pictures like this? And it's like maybe not 1 out of 10, but you always have someone, saying, yes, we have an album of pictures at home. So that's really a great question. It will be a huge research, but probably a necessary one to start. I think the issue there is that, yes, probably it was first exhibited or the objects were lended to other museums, to public displays in the 60s or 70s, but the description of the objects was made before, and it's taken from the personal account of the collectors, just as it is, without thinking that maybe that's the reflection of someone who collected the objects in the 30s, and we have to rethink it, or at least maybe quote, how it was described at the time. And that's the same actually that it's happening with the Museo di Antropologia in Florence. So you have the captions, which are the caption from the 30s, but there is no quotation. It's not clear that it's how the object was described in the 30s, because it's a label that is a modern label, today's label. So it's really confusing. But it would be really interesting to include, I think, this kind of collection in a bigger reflection. And ex-Africa was incredible because they also got objects from Tervuren, from the Quebranly, so really it was kind of it could have been a reflection on European colonial museology, but it went like the total other way. It was really about aesthetics and how beautiful this piece of art are. And if I remember correctly, the word colonialism basically wasn't, there was no colonialism was in any panel, at all. And I remember that I couldn't believe I had to, check twice. Yeah, but I don't think that kind of exhibition would be possible today. It was 2018, 2019, something like this. So, I don't know. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
I was wondering if you had thought or worked on the fact of how much the language of the library description of the classification system takes, sort of hierarchical classification, how much that is embedded in colonialism or the other way around. If you think of the very binary classification systems where things are worthy or unworthy of indigenous or not indigenous, familiar or not familiar, when you think that library classifications, museum classifications are then the resulting value that is attached to the monetary value, but also the symbolic value, comes from a political and military background, but originally, if you think about the first library classifications being the collections of the Jesuits when going out of colonialism, creating the term propaganda for the propagation of faith. And so I just wanted to ask two things. One is the codification of library classifications happens in the 1870s, and Italy is very keen to join up with Germany to do this. And if that has influenced your work on museum collections, which, of course, will come together. And the second one would be that I was struck by the glasses because of, again, it's linked to reliquaries and the personal ones. And again, going back to medieval collections, and if you think about that, depending on where you read, there were 8, 12, 14 or 19 of Jesus's foreskins in European collections in the Middle Ages. But I think that is I don't want to be frivolous, but I think the sort of idea of provenance and the idea of symbolic value goes from there. And additionally, with the animals, it's equally the thing of one-upmanship of having more. And Mussolini had one lion. Goering had 5 cubs on rotation, which he also made in Caesar. And I think that still goes. We talk about provenance, but the embedded symbolic value of that comes from that, which then adds to sort of monetary value and black market of fetishizing these collections. So I wondered if you thought about in some ways dull underpinning significance of how the language of classifications comes before the collecting, because the collecting you do with intent, or you don't do with intent because you started with the hand of the collector, which again I think is very religious. So it's not a very clear question.
No, thank you so much. About the second question, I wrote an article on that, so I'm very happy to know that I'm not like totally crazy and the only one seeing this connection with medieval relics. So thank you so much, because I was really like not sure about what I was writing. So I totally agree. And about the first question, yes, there is also another aspect of it, that is the classification of the humans, contemporary humans, and the humans of the past. So Luigi Picorini, who actually hosts the first objects that come from the area of influence of Italy in the Horn of Africa, so the objects from the Società Geografica Italiana in the 1870s, has an idea of classification of humans that connects to the ancient people living in the peninsula, to what he says are the living fossils of his time, and there are of course African people. So even before the collecting starts, there is a theory that needs evidence, and the object can be an evidence for that theory. So there is definitely a connection between labels that need an object and objects that need a label. And I think this is a perfect example, and another reason why I think it's important to include this kind of objects in a reflection, even if they're not coming from what at the time, during that period, was the Italian Empire or the Italian colonial space. So thank you so much for both questions.
Well, you probably don't have the answer for this question, so I apologize in advance for that. But I'm hit, like Julia, by all this museum where these displays are stuck in the past and displaying collection as they were displayed hundreds of years ago. But I'm also very curious about the Menaggio case, where, if I understand, they received this collection in 1938, but it was never ever displayed. And they decided to display it for the first time now. And I wonder what's behind the decision of displaying it now, if, in your opinion, or if you had the chance to speak with the curators. If there is, just displaying for the sake of displaying, oh look, we have this collection, cool, why don't we show it to the public? Or if there's, awareness of what's happening elsewhere in other museums. Is there some kind of urgency or whatever? What's your opinion about that?
Thank you, that's a great question. So I wasn't able to speak to anyone there, so I could only look at the panels and the labels. And from what I was able to understand, I would say that they discovered that had the collection. They are aware that there is a debate going on, and they kind of wanted to take part in it. There isn't a huge reflection on, colonialism and the display of objects or any of this. And I think it's kind of not so easy to understand why you have these objects in the public library of a very, very small city on Lake Como. They basically say, yes, there was a gift to the city, we have the things here and we are putting them on display for the first time and kind of describing the objects. So I think they're aware that there is a debate, maybe they're not like able to actually engage with it, but it would be interesting to speak well to the creator. I think that basically it's the people in charge of the library, so I mean, again, no resources, no research on provenance, but it's interesting how they really pop up, because I've never heard of it before, and I was like, really, even a little bit pissed off, you know, I was, no, another one, I cannot believe it. I won't include it in my book. So, yeah, that's it. But I'm sure I will find another one very soon, like a new one, again. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatrice. That was great. Well, I just wanted to ask a little bit about the experience of writing a book, which is clearly spatially extremely interesting. You're going everywhere, you're seeing these collections. But one of the things that emerges very strongly from your talk is the way that you are mapping temporality, in the sense that you're looking at objects and really talking about the epistemological frameworks in which they have meaning. And what your work is really making us conscious of is the way in which temporality does not follow a linear path. We're involved in multiple temporalities, and your work really reveals that very strongly, particularly in the way that there is a persistence in many instances of an epistemological framework, an unconscious and unquestioned persistence. And at the same time, in other places, that temporality is being challenged. And really very interestingly, even in the same museum, or in museums that you might assume to be at least aware of the level of critical, creative, decolonial debate that there is. For example, I wonder if you could say a few words about the University of Padua Museum, which you have both a persistence, an inadequate challenge, and something that brings you absolutely, as your work does, face to face with time and temporality.
Yeah, face to face. It's a great way of putting it. Because in Padua, for those of you maybe who are not aware of the new display of the museum, you have Lidia Cipriani face casts displayed how they were displayed in the 30s. For example, at the Mostra d'Oltremare di Napoli, but in a totally new setting, also very, let's say, engaging and modern display. So you can imagine a whole wall full of these casts, and they are displayed to show how different men are in the intention of the creator. But of course, people working with colonial collections on anthropology and colonialism, on Lidia Cipriani in particular, were a little bit struck by the fact that, you know, it's really displaying again how it was displayed in that period, and on some degree the rhetoric was the same. So yes, men are all different. Then there was something else, you know, the other part was, and some are at the highest level of civilization of others, but the assumption, the initial assumption, let's say, was precisely this one. And that's a university display. And I mean, I know people working in Padua that really were astonished by the fact that there was no consultation within the university itself about what to do with the collections. And now they're like planning summer schools of the University of Padua, going to the Museum of Padua to contextualize the new display, like, you know, dealing with difficult heritage and so on and so forth. So it's kind of funny, but I mean, it's great that they're doing it. So yeah, I mean, also not all the interventions are good interventions, in a way, even if it's, I mean, good that engage with Lidia Cipriani's mask, but there are issues there, a lot of them. But I guess the Lidia Cipriani mask are really hard to display, because I'm also thinking about the display in Florence, which again, it's all about we are all different, but we are all humans. And it's kind of the same display with all the Cipriani's picture and Cipriani's mask. And then there is Luna Park kind of mirror that, you know, when you look into it, you will see your image that it's kind of distorted. And I was thinking, like, why there is this Luna Park mirror? What is it trying to say? Like, I see myself within this like tableau of people and masks and pictures, and of course no one is white. It's all people from around the world, but no European people. And then myself, I'm distorted in this mirror. I don't know, like I find it hard to understand. I get what they were trying to say, but I'm not sure that using Cipriani's mask for this task is the most appropriate thing. But if you have opinions about it, I'm curious to hear if you have seen the display in Padua.
Thank you, Beatrice. I really like your work in the provincial museums, but something I was wondering, I guess the question that I was wondering, something I struggle with my own work, is reception. So back then with museum collections, how do we gauge who went to these museum collections, how popular they were, you know, and they were obviously propagandistic, you know, mechanisms to get people behind this nation building project through colonial propaganda. But were they successful? Is something that I'm constantly questioning. How can we gauge whether they were successful or not? Whether are they listing figures in museum archives? If it's not mentioned in newspapers, and also kind of today as well, kind of especially the provincial museums that have the collections that are completely unchanged since then. Do people go to them today? How popular are they? Some of them I know have kind of quite weird visiting hours. I've tried to visit some of them myself, and they're closed kind of most of the week. So I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about your experience with that and trying to answer those questions.
Thank you. Yes, that's another issue, that of the reception. So for some museum, we have some data, usually not for every year of the time, the period in which it was open, but for example, for the Museo Coloniale and Museo dell'Africa Italiana, we have data for some years. Then we have, like, I know how many people went to the Museo della Guerra di Rovereto in 1939, just in 1939. So, I mean, there is some of this and that, and you can put everything together and kind of get an idea. And of course, yes, newspapers are useful, but then probably you have something like, oh, great success, the opening of the museum. So, who knows, really. I'm pretty sure some of them weren't really successful. They were really small museums, really small collections. I'm not sure really people engaged with them a lot. Still, it's interesting to note how much effort was put in, building the collection, having it on display, and so on and so forth. About today, that's a very interesting question that I have to ask. For example, I would like to know how many people visit Museo dell'Opera. I'm very curious about it. I will ask soon to the creators. The first, now that it's closed and they're opening the second part of it, I would like to know how many people visit the let's say, first part of the display. Also because that's very interesting, because it's that kind of museum, the Museo delle Civiltà is a museum where
schools go on visit. And that's also the case for the Museo di Antropology in Florence, for example. And what is interesting, it's even at the time of the Museo Coloniale, children with the school, with their teacher, would go there. So some things haven't changed, apparently, in the public of this collection, and visitors of the composition of the visitors of this collection. But for example, in the archives, I found just a few words, just a note about the fact that even if it was mandatory for all the schools in Rome to bring the children to the museum, to the Museo Coloniale, and the teacher had to go there before for a lesson, with the officials of the Ministry of the Colony that would explain them how to introduce the museum to the children, they still say it's not a huge success. So a lot of effort put into it, but then maybe not a great result. But again, it's kind of putting together small traces to have a bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. That was very interesting. I think you partly already answered my question, but I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more. I'm very interested in the relationship between local communities and these, displaced, decontextualized, inarticulated colonial histories. And so I was wondering if, for any of the collections, the museums that you visited and mapped, whether you were able to sort of sense that these local collections matter to local history, and whether perhaps these characters that are linked to these collections that are somehow incorporated into local histories. And so, you clearly gave us a sense that most of these histories are completely decontextualized, so colonialism doesn't really feature in the narratives. But I'm interested in how local communities make sense, if they do now, of these histories. Thank you.
That's a great question. I'm thinking especially of the case of Parma with Vittorio Bottego, that beyond the museum, Vittorio Bottego is really everywhere in Parma. There is the restaurant Vittorio Bottego, garage Vittorio Bottego, the monument, of course, just right outside of the train station. And the people in Parma really feel like that Vittorio Bottego represents them, which is I'm sure they want this, but they really, still nowadays, they have an attachment to its figure, that it's striking. And they feel like he's a great explorer, a very brave man, this kind of rhetoric that it's still very much there, really beyond the museum, so like a local hero. So yes, I think there is a relationship between especially in small communities, even if Parma is not so small, but there is a relationship with this kind of figures. And I think especially with the explorers, let's call them this way, of the liberal area, it's really harder to have a discussion about them, like Orazio Antinori himself. Yeah, it's much more hard.
Thank you, Beatrice. Can you tell us anything about any changes in representational practices in Italian colonialism in Ethiopia, in Eritrea, in Libya, in Somalia, in recent times?
Not really. That's not really what I'm working on. Part of my new project will be about the Natural History Museum in Addis Ababa. So ask me in a few years, maybe I will give you a different answer. But I'm really interested in they have a colonial collection there. That it's the collection of Sovrintendenza della Caccia, which was supposed to be the museum of Caccia nell'impero, the hunting in the empire, something like this that never happened. But they start to have to collect animals, trophies, skins, and so on and so forth. And they're still now on display in the Natural History Museum within the University of Addis Ababa. And the sense that I haven't visited yet, but the sense that I get is that it's kind of collection that they use for like study purpose, as it's a department of like biology and natural history, so they really see it under, let's say, this lens of materials that they are useful for them to study as they're interested in zoology and so on and so forth. So what I really want to see is that there is any acknowledgement of the fact that these animals were collected during the colonial period, the occupation of Ethiopia, and if they engage with them in a different way, or knowing this, or maybe they're not interested in the fact that they were collected in the late 30s, and for them they're just specimens that they need for their research. So for now I don't have an answer for that, but I hope I will have one soon. Thank you.
Just one more question, sorry. Because always about the reception of these museums. Because I know that in many cities in Italy there are groups, collective alliances between white people engaged as activists in the colonial way and former people, Afro-descendant people in Italy that are struggling against this kind of representations. And I know that in Padua, I participated also in some the colonial visits of the Room 28, and also in Parma there are struggles against this kind of myth of Pompeu, and it's strange because schools are often dealing with these museums and with their narration, their colonial narration, and I imagine people, Afro-descendant people, students in these schools that are exposed to this kind of narration without any critical point of view, and on the other side, these groups that are struggling against, trying to construct counter-narrations of this kind of. So I want to ask you if you are aware of others in these small museums, actions or people that are trying to push the museum to be aware and change or engage critically on this.
Yes, I think there are a lot of different groups and collectives dealing with this, but what it's really, sad but also interesting, it's how it's hard to have a dialogue between these groups, the museum directors, and then like the initiative that brings like school children to the museum, like showing with the same old narration over and over and over that hasn't changed over the years. And the fact that maybe also the directors are aware and the curators, they are aware of the problems that this collection have. Maybe they're in dialogue with the collectives and activists, but then the school children, again, the visit, it's always the same. So how these three things, there isn't really a dialogue and a change, Maybe there is the collective, the directors know, the curators know, but then it's impossible to really have a change in the way, not just the collections are displayed, but even just, narrated or presented. And I don't really have an answer for that, but it's something that I'm thinking on, because it's, by now you really have a lot of these initiatives. And it wouldn't be like so hard to, have a kind of a better relationship between these three, let's say, different, points and points of view. I don't really know what to say, and I really don't have an answer for that, because I think, like organizing a visit for school children, it doesn't involve any changes in the display of which is always the thing, you know, that they say, oh, it's really hard for us to change the display, we don't have the money, we don't have the authorization. But then, like, just organizing a visit with a different voice, that's not so hard, you know, to organize. I don't know if you want to add something on this.
No, not really. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. It's really hard without resource and without particularly the kind of the will to change the narration of the objects. I just wanted to thank everyone for that really rich discussion, actually. I can see this is a topic of huge interest to so many of you. So thank you for coming and bringing your own perspectives to the discussion and your questions. And just a huge thank you to Beatrice, who's been here for an hour and a half, talking pretty much on her own. So yeah, I think we should let her get a coffee and carry on the discussion over refreshments. So thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much.
So I think we're ready to kick off our fourth session, and after a very rich discussion on cultural heritage and on the colonial practices related to museum collection, and Charles and I we have thought about a session called Counter-Histories. So to delve into the most recent historiographical critical trends in addressing colonial and post-colonial histories and memories in Italy, because we are strongly convinced that all the artistic, cultural, and social even practices of re-elaboration must confront themselves with the new historiographical and critical perspectives on the history of Italian colonialism, of its layering memories that lies in the, let's say, subconscious of Italian politics and society since the end of the empire. So we are going to tackle both the politics of institutional memory, but also the voices of resistance to that discourse. And I'm extremely glad and happy to introduce some esteemed colleagues and friends. First of all, Emanuele Ertola, who's going to co-convene and to co-lead this panel with me. Emanuele is an historian of Italian colonialism working at the University of Siena. Then we have Valeria Deplano, who is a professor of modern contemporary history at the Faculty of Humanities at the University of Cagliari. Alessandro, who is an historian professor of modern Italian, modern and contemporary history at the University of Cagliari, but at the Department of Political Science. And then we have Uoldelul Chelati, Dirar, professor of African history at the University of Macerata. We decided to involve them because they published and edited some very important volumes about which our discussion will revolve around. So I possible to Emanuele to introduce the first section of our dialogue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gianmarco, and thank you for having invited me here. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. I'd like to begin our conversation by picking up some important points that emerged during our discussions yesterday. One of them, raised by Francesca Melandri, was the need to move beyond the frame of violence as the primary lens through which we think about Italian colonialism. Instead, we should complicate this understanding, introducing new frames, new concepts such as hybridity, shifting and multiple identities, overlapping temporalities that are not framed into rigid boundaries. So the first question I'd like to ask you is to describe your recent work and tell us whether this work contributes to this kind of more nuanced and critical approach to such a complex phenomenon.
Mike. Firstly, thanks to Gianmarco, to Emanuele for chairing this session, to Burdett for inviting me and also to all the project staff that organized this event. My recent work, very recent work, is the book I published together with Valeria, and it's an history of Italian colonialism since the 19th century till today. One of our goal was the main goal was to challenge the idea that Italian colonialism was a separated part of Italian history from Italian history. So we worked a lot to insert Italian colonialism inside the national narrative, because in our opinion, in our analysis, one of the problems in the making conti col passato was that in historiography, Italian colonialism was treated often, always, as a different part of the Italian history. And doing so, how the Italians could be reflected about their own past. If they couldn't be perceived as a subject of that history, as an actors of that history. So our work in some way was to readdress the Italian colonial history in the national narrative, to provoke a reflection about the role of colonialism in the making of Italians, not in the making of foreign affairs during the 30s or making the worst crimes during a specific war, but looking for a kind of linearity in the Italy since the unification that could explain the relation between the Italians, not just the Italian institution, but the Italian society with the colonial mentality and the colonial politics. I would.
Thank you, Emanuele, Gianmarco, Charles. We tried to write a synthesis of the history of Italian colonialism, a brief synthesis, because we wanted to provide a book who was accessible from a general audience, not only from or by academics. And we wanted also to tell that the history of colonialism doesn't concern only people who went from Italy to the colonies, or only the people who were in the colonies who suffered the occupation, but also people who stayed at home in Sardinia, in Tuscany, in Rome, etc. And people who had the occasion to meet colonialism in their daily life through propaganda, education, cinema, books, walking through the streets and the place in the public spaces, because we wanted to stress, I think that
is not new for academics, but maybe it is from for a general audience. That colonialism has played a role in shaping the sense of national belonging and identity. So we wanted to explain that colonialism is a part of our history, but is a part of our life now. So it was the reason we wanted to write about colonialism, but from this perspective.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me here. For me, it's a sort of family reunion because with Charles, Derek, we had this first initiative 24 years ago of trying to work together on Italian colonialism, post-colonial. It's nice to come back and have the opportunity to see what happened. It was 24 years to see how much research has advanced on this topic. To address your question, my research, first of all, I have to explain that my research has been dictated not by my choices, but by external choices. So I had to continuously change my topic, my focus, because reality on the ground made it impossible to work where I was planning to work. So namely in Eritrea before, now in Ethiopia. So I constantly have to readdress my focus. But nevertheless, I would say that my major focus since I started, particularly in the last 6-7 years, has been on as you say, not really on the issue of violence. Sometimes I'm a little bit nasty, but I say we're talking about violence and colonialism is like coming out with a newspaper and saying the water is water. Colonialism is, by definition, violence. It is something which we have worked with, we have plenty of material with Italian colonialism, the Boca, Rochard, and whoever. Cacciaglione has produced a lot of stuff, so we don't have to forget it, of course. But it's not, I don't think it deserves so much attention. So my interest has been more on how much colonialism has been experienced on both sides. So colonizer and colonizers, and also trying to break down two categories which do not exist now. Colonizers are much more fragmented along different classes, social position, roles. I was telling you yesterday, if you look at the Italian centers, you have, of course, the aristocracy, and then you have plenty of people who are illiterate, who could barely survive, so they were definitely not the stereotype of the white superior race. And the same on the other side. On the other side, there are people who have been killed or oppressed. There are people who have joined, either deliberately or because it was convenient or because they were forced. So I'm interested in these gray areas, trying to see how much how this unfolded. And most important for me has been trying to focus on the transformative role of colonialism. How much colonialism has transformed indigenous society, and therefore, this is how I think we can also talk about the afterlife of colonialism in the form of colonialism. So how much economic, institutional, social, legal framework have been shaped by the colonial experience. Therefore, keep leading the life of peoples, despite the fact that probably are not aware of it, even at higher level. And yeah, I think that's it.
But just a comment on the fact that you mentioned the ASME conference maybe, and yesterday I was with there, you mentioned was like 2002, 2001 maybe, and 2001. And also I'd like to metaphorically connect it with the seminars, Colonialism d'Identità Nazionale 2013-15 in Cagliari and Modena, convened by Alessandro and Valeria. I think that those two moments in the critical dissection of Italian colonialism, according to different perspectives, are a very good practice of transnational and dialogues and collaboration, which actually fed the new wave of Italian colonial histories, Italian colonial, post-colonial, decolonial studies. So I think that we also in difficult times, we have to foster this kind of transnational critical dialogues also to create a new occasion, which actually reflected a lot also on the social understanding and the social assessment of the colonial experience.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say a little bit more on Uoldelul, because I would like to ask you something about Lascano, the recent book that I find it an extraordinary story and so interesting, especially about what we said before, about nuances, about a complicated history of multiple identities that change and overlap during time, and also about trans-imperial and trans-regional connections between the different colonies that were part of the Italian colonial empire. So if you can tell a bit more about this book.
How many hours do I have?
Ask Charles.
Thank you very much. I just some slides which might have. Yesterday Alessandra Ferrini mentioned this book, this translation. And this was a very exciting experience for me because I'm a very old-fashioned, boring historian. So dealing with archives and paper and interviewing elderly people, and I would have never imagined working with an artist and a curator. If somebody would have asked me just 8 years ago, I said, "Are you crazy? Where do we meet? I mean, there is no common ground." So Alessandra showed up with saying, "I'm Santa Ferina," and was even I'd like to ask you if you would translate into Italian this book. And I said, "Well, you got the wrong person. I'm not a translator, so I cannot do it." No, they told me there's the one who can do it. And she used the name of a friend of mine, so I said, "Well, maybe I should." So anyway, to make it short, I participated in this project and I translated the book for the sake of her exhibition. Then I told her, "Listen, we have already spent so much time and energy that maybe we should also publish it." So we published it with this small but very, very good publishing name called Amo. And come to your point, the book is it's fascinating on two levels. First of all, I keep saying the first reason why people should read it is aesthetic. Aesthetically, it's incredibly nice, very refined, very dense, very complex, very rich. And why I insist on that? Because there is a danger of a slightly patronizing understanding. Oh, we have the black writers, such an unusual thing in those years. So this is worse. No, it is worse because it's a good book. It's a good piece of it. The second reason which makes this book extremely interesting is that it is, I mean, I've been using this book, I think the first time I met this text was 1999. And I always use it as a source. For me, it was a source, historical source. Though it was an art. Why? Because the kind of themes which the author brings in the books, the references, the songs, the popular culture, is based on real information, real data. And in my interview, or my fieldwork, which I did when I was doing my PhD, so before meetings, I often found references which somehow resonate this, what I found in the book. So what I'm trying to say is that is a precious source for those interested in Italian colonialism because it is a more or less unique voice for the other side. So it is not one of the main European missionaries or colonial administrators or explorers or travelers writing about the colony, but is at the very same time a colonial subject, but a very special one, having very intellectually refined, polyglot, who travels easily between different worlds. So the European one, his local one, different culture and tradition, different classical traditions, and who very strongly, clearly, but aesthetically very appealing, address the issue of colonialism, the issue of violence, of colonialism, but also the issue of the nuances. So he points to the fact that his fellow Eritreans are taking part in the colonial game and traveling all the way to Libya to subjugate other African peoples. He criticized ethnic and religious divide in the African society. So we look at them as different because they're Muslim, or we call them Arabs, or we call them black. So even the issue of race is sometimes that's an interesting aspect. Race is always addressed in the term of European against African, white and black, but also perception of race among the African society is another point which need attention, and the author addresses. He also, how can I say, he tries also to raise a source of kind of awareness or political and social consciousness in his compatriots, saying, open your eyes, look at what you have around. You pretend to be like them, but you're not like them. You cannot be part of the same project. You should have more dignity and try to revert the first game, which is colonialism. So, I don't know, that's what you want to
Well, thank you very much. Gianmarco mentioned before different steps in a long journey that historiography of Italian colonialism has made in the last, say, 25 years. He mentioned the ASME conference at the beginning of the century, and then other major moments that involved you in the subsequent years. So, generally speaking, according to you, which directions Italian colonial and post-colonial study evolved and are currently evolving? A little question. Just a big question.
Yeah. It's such a big question. Well, I will try to reflect about it, starting from my personal life. I started my PhD in 2005, and I started my research because I felt a huge lack of knowledge about Italian colonial past. And at the same time, Italian colonial past for me represented not just a national narrative, but also partly a family family history, a private affair. And I needed to know more. So, no, I needed to know more, but I didn't find this kind of knowledge in the bookshops. It was simply that So firstly, I started with this need of knowledge. But just 1 or 2 years after I started my PhD, I met 2 persons that are here in this room. And I must pay tribute to them because they changed the way I looked at what I was looking for. Because they taught me to look at history, but also at the world in a critical way. So, this personal step was also a transnational encounter. Because when to do this step, I needed to move to Bristol and to meet Derek and Charles and to talk with them and to exchange idea and reflection. To come back to your question, I think that something has changed, not just in the field of Italian colonialism, but in the way in academia. We are talking a lot of transnational approaches, but we are not more paving the way to realize the transnational approaches that we are just thinking about. So I think that in the next future, for some way we have to think much more of how we can materialize what are our expectations. So what we need is really a transnational approach to this kind of studies. But we need also to find a way to pave the road so the people can walk through a transnational theoretical path. Another way in which I see the next future of the studies in the field of research of Italian colonialism is not such a positive way. I mean that one of the risks I see for the next future, and I see in nowadays, is that the essentialism is taking the stage. So the risk that a post-colonial approach that was so much useful for me in 2005 to look critically to my field of study and to my research. In these days, it seems to, not in all the cases, but in some cases, to turn to an essentialist approach to the topic. And to this turn, I see a lot of risk because as we all, I think, we don't have just a position in front of the world and in front of the topic of our research. I am an Italian, I am a Sardinian, I am heterosexual, I am in some way bourgeoisie. So if I talk about Italian colonialism, I can just view as the white man. Because I'm not just a white man. And at the same time, if an Afro-descendant is researching about Italian colonialism, probably is not just an Afro-descendant, but he or she can be also a rich one or not. So to look at the topic from a bourgeoisie stage or a proletarian one. So I think that we need to not erase, but to not stress enough the positionality in making this kind of stuff.
I try to answer your question from another perspective. And what has changed in the historical studies about Italian colonialism during the last 25 years? I think that the main issue is that the cultural approach, the post-colonial, I agree with Alessandro just said, the cultural approach has been very important in changing the topics, the questions about colonialism. Before, colonialism was a military and political part of history. So this is the main change I see in the historical studies about colonialism. So culture, the impact on shaping identities, and in building imaginaries and so on. The other change I see is about chronologies, is because colonialism was studied as a part of fascism, then as a part of the liberal age, and now we all agree, I think, in this room that colonialism, the formal part of colonialism ended in 1960, but colonialism didn't end at that time. And the other change is that we have, since 15 years, a lot of studies exploring the Republican period, not only looking for legacies, but looking for what colonialism is in a post-colonial environment. The other change is that Italy is part of Europe. It sounds as a banality, evidence, yeah, but from a perspective of colonial history, it is not. Because Italian colonialism was told as a specificity and something different from the European history, from the history of European imperialism, and we know now that it is not, but it has some specificities. And about now and the future. I agree with, I think that one problem that I see in some studies on Italian colonialism now is that theory in some way can before research. So we have theory, in particular the colonial theory, that says that colonialism is an European issue from modern history, etc. This is true, but from an historical point of view, it is not enough. I need to disarticulate Europe. I need to disarticulate the chronology,
I need to say that the 20th century is not as before, that Italy has its specificities. And the history of the role played by colonialism in shaping Italian history is similar, but not the same. It played in shaping German history, Portuguese history, and I think that we have also to change the idea that we have a model, the British one or the French one, and the other are case we have to analyze in making a confrontation with British and French. I think it is one. I don't know. I think that for the future, it is very important what Beatrice is doing. Because research is about the past, but about the present and the future in a very evident way. So reparations and so on.
I look at it from the other side. So how the issue is addressed historiographically in former colonies. So if I can address it, because on the Italian side, I think, as Valeria and Alessandro have said, there is very rich study of Italian colonialism now at a very, very high level, from all different perspective approaches. New generation of scholars have emerged. So it's a very rich and diverse landscape. I'm slightly more pessimistic about the other side, because when I look at the production I would say also in Ethiopia and Somalia, not very different, but also in Libya, I think there is a lack of, first of all, of transnational. So the problem is that this has been my experience when I was teaching in Eritrea. There is still the attitude of reading colonialism through the lenses of the modern state. So they do that, you study colonialism in Eritrea, you study colonialism in Somalia, in Libya, and you forget that this is a system which had a very tense dialogue, conversation with itself, not only, also with the other colonial powers. So this is the first problem. The second problem is that exactly like in Europe, human sciences are declining. I don't know now, but I think a few years ago, the very prestigious department of history at Fabra University had no intake. So they were only offering service courses. Asmara History Department, which I headed for 5 years, I think now exists nominally, but it's more or less expanded in some remote rural area because it's socialist idea of 70 people, so just 70 more. Somalia, you all know the situation is very complex. So there is not really a good development of research on something which I think is still very important. But as I said at the beginning, colonialism is still somehow alive in the sense that the institution, the social economic framework built by colonialism somehow still shape the contemporary society. The other problem is simply methodological. The new generation, they don't study and don't learn Italian. So how can they work on Italian colonialism? Actually, they can work on Italian colonialism, but just listen on one side. So local sources, they do a very good job. They collect a lot of oral history, oral tradition, they go in the countryside. But then it's hard for the story. You should be able to make the two dialogue.
I just want to build up on some hints that I had while listening to or hearing you, and especially when Alessandro mentioned that the need to rethink also like the different categories, I think, to study the layering of memory of colonialism in modern and contemporary Italy. It reminds me what Melandri yesterday told us about the different perception of decolonization, which, I mean, sometimes I had the impression which is brought as a token, as a hashtag, to sell something. But it's, especially in the Italian case, like in Storia del Colonialismo Italiano, you played very well in inserting the Italian case within an international framework, which is Eurocentrism, basically, but also in highlighting the peculiarities of Italy. And one of the peculiarities is this kind of very peculiar end of the experience. And I think there are still lots of voids in the understanding of the extent to which the colonial experience has entangled itself in post-colonial Italy, so 45 on. And I mean, I mentioned yesterday the citizenship referendum, so the construction of the otherness in legal, cultural, and social terms. I think that colonialism has been fundamental in reproducing that discourse, but also in its entanglement with the political discourse of the Democrazia Cristiana, for instance, in the not political discourse of the Partito Comunista. So we need to discover a lot. And I think that the collaborations, also with curators, artists, and practitioners, could help us also in enlarging at least let's say, the case studies, because we still need to do micro-histories that can be connected to main narratives. That's my hints on what you were saying.
Thank you all for your very rich answers. I'm sure there will be a lot of debate, and I'm also asking Gianmarco to stop me when you say it's time to. Okay, leave the floor to questions. I would like to ask you another theme that came out several times yesterday and also today was the need, the responsibility, I would say, to engage in pedagogy through our work. A number of possible strategies were mentioned yesterday, including artistic interventions or the use of a video. We are also increasingly used in thinking in terms of the infamous impact factor when we develop our project, as you all know. So I'd like to reflect on this with you and ask, as historians, how do you approach this challenge? How have your recent work been received inside and outside of academia? And how do you think we can further develop this dimension of our work as historians?
Our last book has the aim to reach a general audience. And we have had the occasion, several occasions, to present it mainly in bookstores, libraries, political and cultural cycles. We had only 3, I think, presentations in academic environment. Yeah, we are very happy because this was our goal, and we found a very interested audience. Because there is a lot of people that doesn't know the history of Italian colonialism, but somewhere is aware that this history is linked with the contemporary, with our life. Citizenship is an example. We had the occasion to discuss the historical roots of citizenship, Italian citizenship, several times. So I think that we can, as historians, we can try to to speak not only for our students or our colleagues, but to try to build a conversation with a general audience, working on the way we write. Because the academic language is very difficult for people who doesn't live in the academic environment. And but also speaking with people who are not historians but are artists and people who can who can not translate because it's not the right word, but we can use our work to reach a general public. And another way is to speak with institutions using our authority. Yeah, okay. You're right. Yeah, but when there are situations in which movements are capable of raise an issue, the names of the streets, university and academics can provide the scientific help for make the claims concrete and real, and to have a debate with the institution.
I would like to quote the French Ferdinand. We are product of academic factories. So, when we projected this book, what I like so much of our book is that we project the book as a book for an audience, not to write down our last result of research, but to talk with someone outside the academia. So we projected. We were not alone projecting the book, because we projected the book together with a publisher editor. So we started thinking about which kind of language was better to use for joining the audience. That is not an ephemeral aspect of a book. It is relevant, and all the project started because we thought, why we are working since 20 years about this topic, and there are in Italy and outside Italy hundreds of people who are doing the same, and in our society the knowledge about this topic is always the same, and nothing or almost nothing changes. Probably there is also a lack in the way in which we face and we organize the relation with the general audience. Probably we have to study alternative strategies to talk, because probably it is not easy for someone in the general audience to spend $140 to buy the last book on Italian colonialism. No, doesn't it? The problem we face in the transmission of scientific knowledge to the society is a capitalistic problem also, because our knowledge the knowledge that we produce is not disposable for the majority of the society. So it is a problem, and we fall probably if we look if we try to write a readable book, general book, and to fix a specific price together with the publisher, which the price is, I think, 16 or 18 euros. But it's not a case. We decided it before starting the project because we wanted that the price couldn't get over 20 euros. And at the same time, we wanted a book that was under the 200 pages. Because the research showed that the attention of the readers, when the books are over 200 pages, decline immediately. So it was a project it is a book that was projected. So the way in which the general it was the reception that the book had was not a surprise for us because we worked hard to get this kind of perception. Yeah, no, was yeah, and I think that it is relevant for all of us to spend a lot of time in the project phase of our exhibitions of books, thinking about how we can get a larger audience and a diverse audience with our results of research, because it is the only way we can act not on the society, but together with the society for a change in the direction of our style.
Okay. I wouldn't brag about my application for the plan for the audience. I'm, again, as I said, a very old-fashioned historian, and I really think that it is difficult to write. One thing is to write to disseminate, one thing is to write to publish research. Research needs a kind of approach which is, I think, sometimes by definition boring. You need to mention your sources, where you work. So we are talking about different audiences. And I have to be honest, I'm very lazy, so I publish predominantly looking at the academic audience. But nevertheless, I think that in terms of engagement, I had a very interesting and rich experience. The first time of my, let's say, academic career has been in Eritrea, where I taught for 5 years. And that for me was like being always on the stage, because there was a field, people are immediately interested in what you're talking about, so discrimination was not an issue. I would have the opposite problem, being too much engaged and too much solicited by the audience, by the institution, by the students themselves. So coming back to Italy for me was a trauma, because I ended up teaching in Macerata, which is a wonderful village in central Italy, where I always have to explain where Eritrea is, where Africa is, given the geographic coordinates. And for me, I think it was like, it took me 3 years to adapt myself to this new reality. But then again, though I never honestly went through this huge ordeal of what Alessandro described, something funny happened. The Eritrean and Ethiopian diaspora have a very, very intense life in the internet. The variety of networks of channels, whatever. So I found that very often that my publication was circulating widely in these networks. So at a certain point, I remember I published a paper, and like in a month, there were 5,000 reading on academia.edu, and I was wondering who are those people, and I found out that were all people from the diaspora, so the voice was spreading. So somehow, still keeping my boring style, I managed to get through that. And the other surprise for me was the Ascaro, because when Alessandro asked me to publish it, I said, wow, this is exciting, it's a very nice experience. It forced me to completely reread this book. Because one thing is to read a book as a source, just to use it or to enjoy it. One thing is to make it understandable from beginning to Italian, which was very tough. But then my idea was, okay, one more experience or something nice, exciting, which will end up in a shell. Nobody would care about it. And for me it was a shock, because Ascaro had an incredible success, exactly the way you were saying. So I had, by now I think, 15 or 16 presentations, and again 4 were in academic environment. The others were in different contexts, activists, editorial clubs, libraries, and very, very, very intense reception, always very challenging questions, suggesting also for myself to reread what I have written. So, I think I was engaged in spite of my choice of not being engaged, I would say. The other little effort I do is through schools. So I often go to schools, I give lectures and seminars where I start, of course, from my research, but I go into issue of race, citizenship, how much afterlife of colonialism is shaping our lives in Italy, and so on and so forth. And now I'm working on, we just published with your journal of modern Italian studies. This is an article together with a colleague, Nicola Camilleri, which is a biography of a young lady, Elena Sengal, who was the daughter of a very important Eritrean intellectual teaching in Oriental in Naples, and she also became a lecturer in Naples. And so she was basically the first black lecturer in Italy, I would say, black female lecturer in Italy in the 1930s. So imagine that under Mussolini regime. So we published this article, and we're working now on a monograph on this specific family. And again, I think this kind of biographical also study have more chances to appeal somehow to the public, because somehow they are perceived as less hostile.
Just a sad note about the fact that I think that we need also to address the structure of academic marketing, academic jobs, because, especially for younger researcher who jumps from a postdoc to another in an extreme precariousness, it's basically impossible to conceive of how to deliver maybe a very good research outside the academic public, because to be hired you need to publish in certain journals, and to publish in certain journals or in some book series you have to write a very convoluted way several times. And also, getting back to the very first part of our dialogue, when we talk about also transnational dialogues, which of course I think any of us in this room has been inflected and influenced by post-colonial studies, decolonial theories. But at the end of the day, if I want to get, for instance, a job here in modern languages, I have to publish in modern languages journals. In Italy, I need to. So I think it's a structural problem that needs to be changed at the political level, adopting not conservative ways, and what especially the TML team, for instance, has tried to do and has implemented a good practice in rethinking modern languages, not only from the grassroots, but also from the above. I don't know if in Italy we are slightly changing, going in that direction. There is more openness, of course, and also in Cisco society. But I think that the problems are not about simply the topics or the quality of the research, but it's a truly, let's say, a structural problem.
Okay, just maybe one last thing. Okay. Now, one last question, then we leave the floor to questions from the public. You all mentioned that in Italy there's a small place for Italian colonialism inside public debates, a small knowledge about colonialism. But you also said that your recent work raised a lot of attention from the general audience, let's call it. So I'm wondering if this is a change that's coming in recent times, that's something new. And I also ask myself and ask you if there is, in this new attention, there is an impact from international debates and international movements around colonial legacies that happened in recent years. Yesterday we talked about statues and architecture, so I'm thinking about campaigns like Roads Must Fall or, of course, Black Lives Matter. So do you see echoes of these international debates in the Italian context, and what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I see. I don't see in Italy very much links together with the Roads Must Fall campaign, but I see a lot of links with the George Floyd murder and the protests that developed after his murder. It was really interesting the way in Italy that kind of movement in some way translated what started, of course, in the US as a specific movement protesting against that murder. What happened in Italy was a kind of translation of this kind of denounced segregation that put together also the colonial question, the Italian colonial question. So if you analyze also the public speeches delivered during the protest, the mass protests in Milan, for example, or in Turin during the days of the protest against the murder of George Floyd in Italy. There are many links to the colonial question, not only the colonial question, and this is for me the most interesting stuff. So the moment in which most of the youngest Afro-descendants movement in Italy put together their own life experience with the history of their own parents or grandparents. So because in the last year, what I see in Italy is not an homogeneous movement, but many movements that put together the colonial topic together with the denouncing for example, citizenship or the condition of life and the racial segregation in today Italy, not in fascist Italy.
Basically, I agree with Alessandro. I think that movements in Italy, even before BLM, even before 2020, were a part of a global international movement addressing the topic of the legacies of colonialism, imperialism, racism in our societies, in Europe, in the US, and in Italy. I think that the movements against the monument for Graziani in Affile took place in 2011, I think. The first time the statue of Montanelli became pink was in 2012 or something like that. Yes, I think there is a global push towards a local translation of the same big general topic that helps to raise specific issues, problems, and also answers and the reaction. So yeah, I think that in this case, history, from my point of view, followed, came back the movement. So we were talking about how the history of the studies on colonialism in Italy has changed. But we have to take into account also this aspect. So movements and general debate. We speak to an audience, but we are also stimulated by the public debate outside the academy.
I don't know what to say. I think we tend sometimes to squeeze events from historical perspective. 1974 was a documentary published by a group of young students, Scuola Sperimentale in Rome. One of them was Eritrean. And this was about racism, about colonial legacies. And I mean, this issue has been going on through years, with ups and downs. 1989, I remember I was, I think, at the end of my university studies, it was the assassination of Gianmarco. So again, a huge discussion on racism, exploitation, Italy, the rural area in southern Italy, and again and again. So I think we should look at it in a much deeper chronological perspective. And it's not something which is associated with John Floyd or the other stuff. I mean, this has been one episode which has aroused new enthusiasm, new attention, but I think the debate has been going on through generations. We don't have to focus on the recent past. I've also talked about very personal experience, because when I was a student, we had a variety of association movement. We were having demonstration, fight, the police, we had having clashes with the issue of sequence, the issue of discrimination, housing, or whatever. Our markets were occupying houses in Rome in the 1970s. So I think we need to look at much progress.
I think we're ready to hear your comments if you want to jump in and
thank you very much. I don't know if I can explain myself correctly in English, so I ask you, please, if I can pose the question in Italian and try if you have me translated for that. Sono molto d'accordo con le osservazioni di Alessandro, no? Che faceva sulla necessità di stare nella complessità dei posizionamenti, no? E nell'intersezionalità dei posizionamenti. E penso che sono d'accordo anche con i rischi, diciamo, essenzialisti appunto rispetto ai posizionamenti tra decoloniale e altri ambiti storici. Di studio penso anche che però sia molto urgente cercare proprio invece di opporci, diciamo, tra diversi posizionamenti, di trovare delle sinergie, delle alleanze, no? E in questa ottica volevo porre una questione che mi chiaramente riguarda in primis me, e quindi ve la pongo perché è qualcosa su cui io rifletto per diversi anni, da quando sono uscita dalla precarietà, che si riallaccia al discorso che faceva Gianmarco prima. Cioè, tutti noi se siamo qui è perché anche condividiamo un forte posizionamento rispetto a queste questioni che non sono solo un oggetto di studio, no? Ma sono un posizionamento politico di ciascuna di noi. Quello che a volte noto nella nostra esperienza è che si crea una sorta di schizofrenia tra il nostro posizionamento personale, diciamo, anche come attivisti e attiviste, e il posizionamento istituzionale, come se queste fossero due strade parallele, diciamo, che non riescono facilmente a incrociarci. Quindi io sto cercando di riflettere su come sia possibile invece dal nostro posizionamento di quel micropotere che abbiamo, di quell'autorità che comunque abbiamo nei nostri ruoli, di costringere, in qualche modo ingaggiare, diciamo, l'istituzione in pratiche di, vogliamo dire, attivismo istituzionale attraverso progetti, movimentazione di fondi, immaginare delle metodologie, diciamo, che proprio riescano a far uscire l'istituzione fuori di sé, perché sennò non ne usciamo davvero neanche noi. E mi viene in mente un progetto in particolare.
And so Giulia basically agrees on the call for complexity and about also the risk to find in-between way, again, between our, let's say, grassroots activism and positionality, which of course is critical toward colonialism, but also a more, let's say, institutional activism in terms of mobilizing resources, funds to support this kind of perspective.
E chiudo velocemente, volevo fare questo esempio di questo progetto che è stato era un Creative Europe attivato dall'Università UAB di Venezia, che si chiamava Pass the Mic, e lavorava proprio entrando nella problematicità dei processi di razzializzazione dell'orientamento scolastico, che fanno sì che spesso da classi interculturali nelle scuole dell'obbligo si passi a una totale carenza. Per esempio nell'Accademia di Belle Arti non ci sono praticamente studentesse afrodiscendenti, e c'è un problema enorme culturale di saperi no, basati coloniali, eccetera. E quindi questo progetto utilizzava questi fondi per fare da un lato delle formazioni dentro le scuole superiori attraverso il lavoro di artisti e artisti afrodiscendenti, e metteva a disposizione delle borse di studio anche per appunto l'Italia, no? Ecco, quindi questo tipo, mi chiedevo se oltre all'idea di disseminare le nostre ricerche, ovviamente per un pubblico più ampio, avete ragionato su quest'altro livello un po' più profondo, diciamo, e che tipo di cose possiamo, è anche una proposta invece di provare insieme a trovare delle strade.
So Giulia mentions a good practice project that happened in Venice at the UAV, which was about some funding to to teach high school students, which actually in Italy are already in a multicultural background, to have a transition to a multicultural high degree academic formation. So they implement
of the arts.
In the circuit of the Accademia di Belle Arti, of the arts. So it's a kind of reaching this difference between the fact that still in the universities, the vast majority of students are white, basically, and also to provide some scholarship for Afro-descendant artists that want to do the Accademia di Belle Arti. So Giulia is basically inviting our speaker to reflect on this kind of institutional good practices.
I totally agree with Julia, and I feel always uncomfortable in this position because we are in the middle. We always do something like activists, but at the same time we are on the other side of the front, I don't know if I don't think to have an answer to your question or a solution of the problem. No, not that. But I think that we could act together for thinking about it and in some way to change the institutions from inside. Probably that is one of our mission that we could do inside the institution to change it from inside. But it's very difficult.
Yeah, it is. And for me, it is often a problem. Often I take part in projects or events that are outside the university. I'm talking about colonialism, racism, migrations, etc. And every time I think that this is not the right way to act. Maybe it's better to open university. So to make people go inside the university. In theory, university in Italy is an open space. You can go inside, attend the classes, even if you are not a student. For me, it's a dilemma because I feel more comfortable if I go outside. But I am a professor. I work inside the university. And I think maybe the reason because I feel more comfortable when I am outside is that university is very problematic. It is very difficult not to talk about my research topics because I talk about colonialism or racism in general. Palestina during my in my courses during my classes, but I know that in a more formal level I might find a lot of problems by the more institutional part of the institution. Sorry for. I think that I have to force myself in this direction, to use my position inside and use the institution.
I have a problem in the sense that I don't feel uncomfortable in the university, I have to be honest. I feel very happy in the university. And I don't live any experience of being schizophrenic or whatever. I always try to balance my research, my teaching, with my engagement. And I think that being within an institution doesn't forbid us from opening up, from using our power, whatever role we have, as lecturer or as if you have any higher positions in university, head of departments or pro-rector or whatever. So I think it's really a matter of choice of how you position yourself, how you want to engage, also how you want to risk. I always mention to my students that when in Italy there were the racial laws, therefore the Jew teacher were expelled from university, how many colleagues raised their hands? So I always think, I'm sure if tomorrow there will be some crazy Mironi laws which decide to expel all non-purely talented people, I don't know how many colleagues will raise their hands for me. So I think you have to risk your face, your life, and engage, but no problem with being the institution. I mean, as far as I can play with the institution, the day the institution will be a wall, then either I fight the institution or I leave the institution. But until there is room explain.
Hi. So my question is at the same time historical and political. And the question is about the relationship between capitalism and fascism. Point is that, of course, fascism in Italy and Nazism in Germany weren't born out of nothing, but in my point of view, following Marxist theory in the interpretation of Walter Benjamin's book Capitalism as a Religion, they both born to answer to a crisis of capitalism, to restore it and to push it to a more powerful form of capital accumulation. I'm saying that because in the beautiful video essay of yesterday, we watched fascism as a religious, symbolic, strong myth. For Italian academic and philosopher Mario Pezzella, the fascist myth as an irrational phase whose aim is functional to the growth of capitalism. He called it technicalized myth, mitotecnicizzato. Fascism is the last resource to save capitalism. This revealed not the madness of fascism itself, for me, but the madness of capitalism in which we still live today. So my question is, which is the relationship between fascism and crisis of capitalism in history? And is fascism a moment of madness in our history, or is fascism the most true, sincere, and brutally naked face of our economic system, expressing itself today not just in a nostalgic way that is easy to look at, but in the inner structure of ourselves, even as individuals, for the fact that we reproduce capitalism without trying to change it, in the best cases because of a lack of imagination. Also, Mario Pezzella called it, following British academic and cultural historian Raymond Williams, fascism as a feeling, fascism as a structure of feeling in which we are culturally shaped. Third question is a bit provocative. How fascist is the fact that today we can't imagine any alternative, any other world to face our self-destruction?
What's your view? Oh, well, very good question, but probably I will be able to answer to all the three questions, or I'll try to be very, very brief. I think that fascism in Italy, we are talking about historical fascism. Fascism in Italy was a product of capitalism. But at the same time, it was not just material. It was also a symbolic creation. And I think that Gentile is right when he read in fascism a political religion. So I think that the relation is not between fascism as a master and capitalism as a slave, but the contrary. Capitalism conquered the fascist regime, used the fascist regime to survive to one of the most relevant crises of capitalism system in the world, the 29 crisis. But the first, historically speaking, the first phase, so the early 20s, so before the 1929 crisis, were crucial. And we are talking about an historical period in which there was a kind of civil war in Italy. There was occupation of the factories, and there was the idea of a future socialist regime arriving in the country. So in this way, I see fascism as a reaction of the capitalist power in Italy. The second question was, sorry.
Second question is about fascism as a structure of film, because if capitalism is a fascist expression of a human being, today we are not out of capitalism, so maybe fascism outside of this historical perspective could be a structure of feeling, something in which we are shaped culturally, beginning from our institution, the school, the state, police, jail, and so on and so on.
Sorry, well, I'm not sure I agree with this kind of analysis of fascism. And I think that fascism as a theory, not just as a regime, didn't end in 1945. But at the same time, I'm not sure that the idea of the structure of fields pick the proper characteristics of the fascist theory and ideology that survived the end of the fascist regime and the historical fascism. I think that probably I don't agree neither with the Ur-fascism. So the idea of this constant presence in the human being of the attitude to become fascist or to act like a fascist. But what I think that is that some part of fascist ideology, talking about not just the Italian society, but globally, survived the end of the historical fascism.
So my question is, where it survived?
When?
Where? In which places fascism ideology survived? What do you think?
Well, I don't think that we can identify specific places. We can find the kind of fascist ruins in Uruguay or in Argentina during the 70s, or in the US during some presidential mandates, in Italy, in multiple phases, but in multiple historical periods. I don't think that we can identify specific places in which the fascist ideology reproduced itself. We can find that, not everywhere, but almost everywhere, traces of that ideology used to establish policies and to manage and organize society. I'm sorry, but The questions were really.
I think we're gonna pick just last two questions very briefly, and we can sum up the seminar.
I think I have slightly less challenging questions, and you might be glad to hear. Thank you very much for this discussion, really fascinating. I have a question about the impact of colonialism on public spaces. So I'm struck, Valeria, that you mentioned that part of what you feel has been overlooked is the impact of colonialism on the metropole, on Italian spaces, Italian public spaces. And then I was thinking about Asmara's designation as UNESCO World Heritage Site, and I'm just wondering if you have if you have a reflection on that and whether that is helpful to having discussions both in Eritrea and elsewhere about the impact and legacy of Italian colonialism, or if this kind of quite intense focus on architecture and the designation of Asmara's kind of the modern Africa's modernist city, that is a distraction from other issues, so the ones that you were talking about here, like kind of frameworks and structures. So I'm just curious as to what your view in it, almost a decade on from that designation happening, what you think that the impact of that has been, if any. Thanks.
I think we can sum up and then
Yeah, sure. La mia è differente dalla sua domanda. Il tema per me è abbastanza nuovo, è anche una delle ragioni per cui sono venuta qui, magari è qualcosa che voi già spiegate nel vostro libro, però sono curiosa di sapere quando voi presentate questa ricerca al pubblico nell'università, se mi è mai stata fatta delle domande. Perché io sono d'accordo per esempio con Valeria del fatto che il colonialismo italiano deve essere considerato diversamente da quello che è l'inglese francese, che è molto, è molto più visibile, lo vedi tutto il giorno, è tangibile, è una faccia, un face. Se mi è stato mai chiesto in queste opportunità pubbliche, ma non stiamo magari se mi resista, non so spiegarlo, stiamo ingrandendo la vicenda, ti mi ha chiesto, ma sai, l'impero era breve, era solo per pochi anni, in Eritrea non parlano più italiano, se mi sono fatte delle domande essenzialmente perché ci porta. Magari rispondete già nel libro, però sarei curiosa di sapere se queste domande mi sono state fatte, perché appunto no, in your face, la sia che non puoi negarlo, ecco.
Okay. Well, she's asking me if during the presentation of Alessandro's and Valeria books there have been also in the Uoldelul case there are some minimization of the impact of colonialism in Italian history and culture that Alessandro, Valeria and Uoldelul to some extent are trying to unpack.
Thank you for the question on Asmara. Yeah, I was really struck when Asmara was designated as UNESCO heritage site. I was struck because I went through the whole, I read the application, and I'm fine with the designation. I think it's good, and I'm not against it, but I'm a little bit puzzled by the way the application was framed. In the sense that, as I said also yesterday, and I found a lot of similarities with what the Libyan colleague was saying, the built-in heritage has been somehow reappropriated, claimed by people who have been living there since the end of colonialism. Somehow it has been not democratized, but at least it has been de-rationalized, which by itself was already achieved. And people in Asmara are all very, very proud of this European heritage. My problem with the application was that the application, of course, mentioned Asmara as part of the national heritage, But there is no mention of colonialism. There is no mention of the fact that this was a segregated space. So still, when I was a baby, so in the 60s, so some 20 years after the end of colonialism, still the center of Asmara was a place where you wouldn't see a lot of black people. I mean, you would see, of course, but was still somehow predominantly white, inhabited and lived space with Italian settlers. And I remember the police would sometimes chase away, kids or whoever was there loitering without any business there. So the fact that this dimension has not been mentioned, the fact that also the exploitation of labor, which was crucial for building this heritage, and the fact that this heritage was facing just a few hundred meters to the east, to the west, the ghettos, which were at that time the district reserved to the indigenous people, and now are the ghetto where the poor people live. So all those issues don't appear in the application. So what is the paradox? The paradox is that I think historically it's the only claim of a fascist building as UNESCO cultural site by former colonies. So this is part of the stuff. Honestly, in my presentation, I think I never faced this question, but because I think the people who attend this kind of presentation are self-selected audience, so they already come with different visions. So, oh, the student, this is a matter of power, so they feel intimidated, and I'm black, so they're afraid that I may eat them. So. Never dare do anything.
I think for us the answer is a little bit different, because even if we usually present our book to a selected audience, some questions are innocent questions in some way. So, but proletarian people didn't know about the fascist project of occupation. They came here because they were looking for a better life. Is a question, is a comment we had to deal with. Usually we try to highlight that colonialism is not the violence, the big violence, the Addis Ababa massacre of the Bredibanos, but also the, low-level violence, so occupying lands that were of local people and became village agricoli for colonizers. And I think that this kind of questions are not a problem. This is the reasons we wrote the book, because we know that there is this idea of a good colonialism, but in the sense that some people, fascist people, were responsible of massacres, of violence. But there is another story about colonialism. So our goal is to explain that colonialism is violent because it is, because it's a violent history. And I think that we had no problems in explaining and talking about that. Another discourse issue is that when we come back home, we receive emails by people who hadn't taken word during the discussion, and that right? That our history is politically oriented, that we cast Italy in a bad light. Yeah, it's not a surprise for us. We can't do nothing, I think, in front of some kind of yeah.
Okay, just to say thank you very much to you and to you for these very rich discussions that interrogate us not only about historiography, but also about our work and our role in society. So thank you very much. And I think that now we can continue our discussions while enjoying some food over there.
I just thank Emanuele and
Thank you so much for coming to the final session, which we've entitled Conversation with Writers. We did ask Fabra and Lana to come. She's been nominated for the Strega Prize, so she's done a definitely impression that is here in spirit, if not in person. So it's my great pleasure to introduce two writers whose work I think everyone greatly admires. And this is the fundamental importance of the way in which they talk about all dimensions of coloniality, and above all, its presence and its hybrid and diffuse nature. Vittorio Longhi is an Italian journalist of Eritrean origin. His writing has been published across a range of print and online media, including The Guardian, The New York Times, and the Italian daily La Repubblica. He specializes in international labor rights and has led training courses for media professionals from developing countries at the International Training Center, the ILO. He is the author of The Immigrant War, a global movement against discrimination and exploitation. Vittorio has promoted campaigns to defend human rights in Eritrea, together with the Eritrean priest Zerai. He has for a long time been involved in the issue of citizenship for Eritreans whose parents were Italians and were born during colonialism. In 2017, he created the event Afro-European Bridges with the Center for Humanities and Social Change at the University of Venice on themes of identity, representation, and opportunities of African descendants in Europe. On the story of his own African descent, he published in 2021 the memoir Il colore del nome, the color of the name. Francesca Melandri is a writer, screenwriter, and an award-winning documentary filmmaker. In 2010, she published her first novel, Eva dorme, Eva sleeps, set in the border regions of northern Italy and Austria. The novel, which won several literary prizes, has been translated into English, German, Dutch, and French. Her second novel, Più alto del mare, Higher Than the Sea, was published in 2012 and won the National Literary Award for Female Writers and was nominated for the Campello Prize. In 2017, she published the third novel, Sangue Giusto, hasn't yet been translated into English. It has, however, been translated into a number of other languages, and it has been Siena signed Premio Strega in 2018. Also on that subject, we collaborated with the documentary filmmaker to produce an excellent and very powerful documentary, Pages. In 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, her letter from Italy, originally published in The Guardian, has been published in another, Liberazione del Spiegel, and translated into many languages. In 2024, she published her novel, Piedi Freddi, Cold Feet. The novel explores a parallel between her father's experience as an officer during the Russian campaign in the Second World War and the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So what we're going to do is we're going to, as informally as possible, and as freely as possible, we're going to
have a conversation, as we say now. Before we start, just a glass of water.
Very nice. Yeah.
Let me help you.
Okay, so well to say we'll be in a very relaxed way, but with the light shining on your front of it, it's probably less relaxed than one imagined. So my first question is whether you could just tell us a little bit about the reasons that lay behind your decision to write the two works, the Colonial and Sangue Giusto. So we're going to show a short video. So I'll begin with Francesca.
You show a video?
No.
Okay. So, thank you, Charles, and thank you, Vittorio, to have been together on stage again after too many years. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to the incredible organization, Jenny, Stubbs, and all the others who have worked so hard to bring us all, our bodies here. So, why did I write Sangue Giusto? So, as I was saying just before, I am a late bloomer as a literary writer. I was a screenwriter for many, almost 20 years before that. So I was well in my 40s. I did my first novel, Ella's Lips, which, as you were saying, is set in has as backdrop the long and convoluted history of the cohabitation of South Tyrol, Alto Adige, with the Italian state, since it was given to Italy after the First World War. And basically, as I was researching for that book, I realized that it was a colonial story. Basically. It was the story of a colonial occupation, with all the trappings of colonialism, the erasing of the local culture, and the extraction, and disinterest in the actual population. But it had never been told this way by Italians to themselves. And this was really like the beginning of a deep hole, a rabbit hole of interest and research into the colonialist imaginary in Italian narrative and narration to itself. This was in the mid-2000s. It was really another time in Italian perception of itself, in which not everything has gone badly, something has gone in the right direction, as we were also saying before, on these topics. And generally on Italian colonialism, and specifically even more on the very tiny history, but still very interesting history of the relationship of the Italian central state to this German-speaking minority mountain land, was totally ignored, not reflected upon, and the fascist tropes, questo posto italiano, qui si vive Italia, qui si deve parlare italiano, this is a piece of Italy, everybody here should speak Italian, where they still are, but less so, repeated without any awareness of where they were coming from. So this started my reflection on, in general, the history of Italy as a self-image full of holes. And as an Italian, I was very interested in poking my finger exactly in those holes. And this came out as this trilogy of novels, Eva Dorme, Ella's Lips, Piotto del Mare, and Sangue Giusto, and specifically the colonial experience of Italy. Immediately, it was very important for me to understand. There was a very specifically personal fact. I used to live in Südtirol, and where my apartment was, 20 meters from it, there is a square where there is a Monumento all'Alpino, which was erected by Mussolini in 1938 to honor the Alpini of the Divisione Posteria, of the Pustatal division, who exalted themselves and gave proof of heroism and valor in the Ambawark and many other battles of the conquest and occupation of Ethiopia. So it was an inevitable next step.
Thank you. Vittorio.
Well, thanks everyone for contributing to this event. Thanks Charles and Francesca. What actually inspired me was basically two set of reasons. One was very personal, and it has to do with my family from my father's side, which is an Italian Eritrean family. And the other reason I would say is more, say, political, for lack of a better word. And the family reason was inspired by the fact that the Italian, Eritrean, or African European identity, I felt that there was some kind of, it was neglected. It was a kind of neglected identity within the family, because I didn't grow up with my father, so I didn't know that side of the story. But even the little I knew about this family was not related to Eritrea at all. And I felt that neglecting the very personal story of the family that had some evident African and Eritrean roots somehow was linked to the fact that there was a denial of the colonial history in broad terms, in collective terms. So it was not just personal, but it was part of a collective denial of the Italian colonial history. So that implies the political reason. And I was in my 40s as well, and I came to realize that I was an African descendant when I went to work in Brussels in 2012, I think, as an editor of an international media outlet there, and I met some other British journalists who introduced me to the, African European set of issues and belonging, and the colonial legacies that they, from their perspective, different colonial stories had, and the way they were trying, to understand and deepen and study and research what it meant to be an African descendant. So I came to realize what it meant to be an African descendant only when I was around 40. And so that I felt some kind of responsibility to, as a journalist, to work on that, study and research, both within the family, the story of my family, embedded in the national story of Italian colonialism. And I did the research to a point that pushed me to go to Eritrea and know more and see the places where my grandparents were born, my mixed Metici grandparents were born and lived, where my father was born in Asmara in 1934, in the very middle of the fascist period. And I realized when I went there, there was still a small community of Eritrean, of Italian descent, that had been asking, pleading, and even somehow, kind of begging Italian citizenship for over 20 years. And nobody knew anything initially about this side of the story. So I decided that I needed to write something about the legacy that Italians who went to Eritrea, the colonies to Somalia and Ethiopia and Libya, left there with their children, and that's how the story began.
Thank you. I mean, it would be good if we could just show the video, the short video that talks about this, and perhaps you can then comment on that.
Mi chiamo Salvatore, di scuola italiana in Asmara. Sono diplomato nel 2007 come geometra, ho finito gli studi qui, poi sono partita per Fabra a fare il servizio militare e io sono uno di quelli che non hanno avuto l'opportunità di avere la cittadinanza, per cui al tempo del colonialismo non è arrivato qui. Siccome ero giovane, quindi quando è nato mio padre non ho potuto lasciargli i documenti o certificati.
Poi le nostre madri in genere, diciamo così, sono ingenue, pensano che quello che è il rapporto momentaneo con l'italiano, magari anche diciamo così, una convivenza prolungata così che non avesse mai fine, quando l'italiano moriva oppure rimpatriava, loro a stento ricordavano il nome di battesimo del padre dei propri figli, come sacerdote, diciamo, dovevo fare carico di tutti dei problemi che erano di persone che erano nelle mie stesse condizioni, che volevano un'identità e loro che si riconoscevano figli di italiani non potevano d'altra parte avere il diritto di riconoscersi come italiani, quindi cittadini italiani.
Cercavamo di sapere le nostre identità, quindi secondo quello che sapeva nostro padre, sapeva solo che era di Roma, quindi ha cercato sulle province di Roma e non ha trovato.
Avevano coniato un nomignolo, diciamo così, un insulto, chiamavano che significa ibrido, quindi era un insulto che veniva rivolto a uno che era figlio di italiani, e il meticcio si vendicava dicendo figlio del tuo padrone. Noi quindi ci imbarcammo in una serie di appelli, approfittando della visita di varie personalità italiane, e poi al 10° anniversario, quindi nel 2007, feci un altro appello al presidente italiano di allora, Ciampi, e a tutti gli altri ministri o personalità che potevano occuparsi di questo problema.
Anche se non si vede dalla faccia che siamo italiani, però abbiamo il sangue italiano, quindi l'unica cosa che dovrei dire è che siamo vostri discendenti, siamo vostri figli, siamo vostri nipoti, quindi l'unica cosa che dovreste aiutarci. Non sto dando da parte mia perché ci sono anche tante famiglie che non hanno nemmeno la possibilità di parlare con me, quindi io sono un passavoce per loro, quindi questo è un problema di tutti, non è un problema. Quindi un problema che riguarda tutti gli italiani che stanno
Thank you. Could you reflect a little bit about making the documentary and its reception?
Well, that was done during my visit to Eritrea in 2014 in Asmara and Massawa. It all happened by chance when I met the younger guy, Salvatore, in Massawa, who used to work at the reception of a small hotel there. And he noticed somehow that we were similar in some ways from our features. And I told him, well, I'm actually an Italian Eritrean. And he told me too, I'm an Italian Eritrean. So we found out that we have very similar stories, but unfortunately, his grandfather had his father in 1940, when there were racial laws against mixed people, the Medici. Laws issued by the fascist government, of course. So his grandfather could not acknowledge his father, and that is why, even though we have very similar stories, my grandfathers were acknowledged as Italian, so they had Italian citizenship, and so my father, and therefore myself, and the story of Salvatore was pretty much similar, but they were born, his father was born during the very fascist period with the very racial laws. And that was the story that I wanted, and I felt the need and the duty to bring to Italy and to spread out and report. And well, I've tried to raise the issue with Italian institutions, with the Ministry of Interior, with some MPs. We wrote to the head of state. The last letter was 2 years ago to President Mattarella, but nobody replied, even though they all know that there is this group of around 300, 400 families in Eritrea. And especially nowadays that there is this debate, we're having a referendum in a few days' time about citizenship, but even the jus sanguinis criterion to obtain citizenship in Italy now that would allow them to have citizenship does not take into account this story and the fact that this is part of a colonial crime, not based on violence, but based on neglecting identity and citizenship. But luckily, Salvatore made it to Italy through Ethiopia, but as a refugee. So he made it to Ethiopia, and then with the humanitarian corridor of it's not UNHCR, it's Sant'Egidio. Yeah, he made it to Italy, and now we're trying to grant him citizenship as an Italian descendant. But he came to Italy 2 years ago, and actually the magistrates who are dealing with the issue cannot come out with a solution. Yeah, and the Ministry of Interior, they told us, not officially, that they're all aware of the situation. They're all aware that there's this group of descendants of Italians, but it would create some embarrassment to Italian authorities. Precedent, yeah, hard to deal with, especially when citizenship to Africans in this case is such a hot political issue.
And indeed, the referendum this text is very clearly its events to the themes of sangue justo, colonialism, migration, and transgenerational memory and identity.
Well, the protagonist, one of the protagonists of my book is a Salvatore. Absolutely, an Ethiopian Salvatore. Again, his grandfather was an Italian who did not acknowledge him because, by the way, his father was born during the racial, or maybe not because, but also because, or in the context of the racial laws, which even had he wanted to, he wouldn't have been legally allowed any longer to recognize this half-blood son, my Salvatore's father. And I was telling you before of how I started being interested in colonialism, and immediately the two main guidelines or thoughts, trains of thought which guided me were, well, first of all, the amount of neglect that this topic had, and the amount of neglect that having this topic having on this topic meant on a neglect on actual people, actual bodies. And Salvatore is a wonderful example. And the second, or maybe it's just one thought, and that talking about colonialism or exploring the legacy of colonialism today cannot be, or at least I couldn't explore it without pairing it with its other half, the contemporary half, which is the topic of migration. So these two were not, for me, it was not possible to tell a story only set in the past. A part of my book is set in the past during the colonial occupation, the fascist occupation of Ethiopia, as I said. But it would have been for me a half-legged, one-legged book if it also didn't have a very strong emphasis on the effects of all of this. It's a little bit of whodunit. When I was a screenwriter, I wrote many thrillers. So I've always had this idea that it's important to lead the reader in questions. And the thriller genre is the questioning by definition. So I really like it as a, let's say, as a blueprint. But of course, I don't write thrillers, but and the question is how much of this past is actually embodied in, again, physical bodied people who, for instance, like the story in my Sangue Giusto, my Salvatore, the grandson of this Italian colonist, for instance, the experiences he has to actually reach Italy. My protagonist is not, in the novel I wrote, not as lucky as Salvatore. He was not airlifted out by Comunità di Sant'Egidio or some other. He had no Italian friends, which is, again, who could help him. And so the story I tell is the story of how he goes through the route through Sudan and through the trek, the Sahara trek, which so many migrants to this day still make, arriving in Libya, arriving in the concentration camps in Libya, and then somehow making it to Lampedusa without drowning. So it's a story of survival of this cruel Gincana to which the people like Salvatore and like my protagonist, and even the people who don't have Italian blood, because that shouldn't be, in fact, a discriminatory category, of course, but I called my book Sangue Giusto, the rightful blood, the right blood, exactly to critique the idea that blood, whatever that means, makes you somehow more or less precious, more or less deserving of assistance, or of citizenship, or of rights. Actually, the word is human rights than others. The whole book is a critique of this through the paradoxical history of a Salvatore who is denied his rights. And so critiquing the whole implant of this colonial, post-colonial, white supremacist division of mankind. All the while, by the way, these days are very interesting days for all these topics because if you follow Italian politics, the Meloni government has just passed a law, maybe you certainly know more about this, or proposed a law, which takes away the citizenship rights from South American descendants of Italians, which at the same time, which our Salvatores, the African, the dark ones, were denied access to Italian citizenship, their blood notwithstanding. As you certainly know, in Latin America it's always been different. Brazilian, Argentinians, and Chileans of Italian descent have always been able to much more easily access to the rights of Italian citizenship, even much more than just 2 generations removed. I don't know exactly how many, but many generations removed. And now this has been taken away. So this is a really hot topic issue. And again, as Gianmarco kept on repeating also yesterday, and I really think this is so fundamental for anybody who's interested in the topic and the viewpoint of colonialism on present day, the referendum on citizenship, which is going to take place in Italy, which has been in my view, criminally neglected by my side, the progressive side. This is also a story which has to be told, how don't let me go on a rant on this, I just say, because it's a pet peeve of mine, how if only a fraction of the energy that the progressive debate had devoted to more nominalistic issues had been devoted to the actual laws which make the life of people better, specifically the laws of citizenship, and to really go behind them. Or also another topic is how the discourse on migration in Italy, as you know, and not only in Italy, has been divided into these two camps. The right side of the spectrum, which says immigration is dangerous, the rapists, blah, 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 all the terrible imagery. And on the other hand, at least in Italy, which is very disappointing, an imagery of they're victims. They're victims of the pasteurs, they're victims of the death in the seas of Lampedusa, which is also true, of course, but denying any human dignity and especially denying the importance of access to citizenship to people who maybe are already in it. So all of this was the whole back burner in my head as I was writing Sangue Giusto, trying to make of all of this something which is a narrative, which is literary, which is a pleasure to read, and which doesn't want the reader feel like they want to kill themselves, but actually want to turn the leaves, to the pages to the last one.
There was an extremely strong sense of drama throughout. Talking about the past and the writers and actors in so many ways. And we talked about subjectivity, positionality, and about really that prolonged engagement with this internally about knowing the past. Can you say something about the effect of your subject in thinking about this?
Oh wow, this opens a whole. Shall we go ahead? Thank you for this amazing question. A whole conference could be made just on this, and probably maybe it should, because it is such a relevant topic for any of us who address these issues as a non-colonialized person. And what is our place in all of this story? So, I am not an academic. I am a storyteller, which is a different thing, a very different thing. And I do believe that as a storyteller, I have a right to tell any story. This is, for me, a very important thing. I do not believe that just because I am a 60-year-old privileged woman author from Italy, I can only write about 60-year-old women authors from Italy. No, I totally refuse this. I have many examples I could give, but marvelous, then world literature wouldn't exist. However, I do believe that somehow, and that I leave it to my potential craft, hopefully, somehow the fact that I am a 60-year-old white Italian privileged author, how can I say, I do not have to, shout it from the rooftops. First of all, it's true, this is going on. But I'm not allowed to pretend that that is not true. So that is at least that's my stance. So, and somehow, also, and this is not so much because it's correct or right for me, but for me it's more interesting to explore where my position or the position of the people closer to my identity or to my life situation, where we can ask questions to ourselves. So, for instance, in Sangue Giusto, for each of my books I could tell you how I went about it. For instance, in Sangue Giusto, probably the main viewpoint, it's not the only viewpoint, because as a storyteller, I think I am allowed to explore any other viewpoint. I even explore the viewpoint of Rodolfo Graziani from his viewpoint. You know, that's as far as I believe that I'm allowed to go in very foreign places. People who are not me. But I could say my main protagonist, or one of the main protagonists, is a woman who is not me. It's not me, Ilaria. It's not me. But of course, she shares a lot with me, and especially she shares my questions, which is the most important thing. She shares my bewilderment, my uncertainties on all of these topics. Also, you know, the feeling of I'm not sure what I'm doing is right, what is being right, what is the right thought about this? Is there anyone? So I really like to give my characters, by the way, all of my novels always start from me figuring out one or two or possibly even more than one character and their relationship. In this instance, it was this triangle between Ilaria, her father, who is the grandfather of the Salvatore. So she's the aunt of Salvatore. And this triangle. And to give some of the characters my questions, which hopefully will not be addressed and answered at the end. I'm not such an enthusiastic admirer of answers because I want the readers to find their own, but I like the idea of embodying in characters, in complexities, in ambivalences, ambiguities, sometimes very troubled and certainly uncertain questions.
Thank you, Vittorio. Subjectivity, delving into using intersubjective questions.
Yeah, well, again, as I was mentioning earlier, finding out about being an African descendant changed the way I used to consider myself and the old Italian white privileged environment I grew up in. So, when the book came out, a cousin of mine, an Italian cousin of mine from Umbria, on another side, a very progressive guy, militant of the PD, asked me, he was quite concerned about the book. That raised many questions within my family, on another side, the Italian family. And he asked me, why did you feel the need, or do you feel the need now to define yourself an Italian Eritrean or an African European and an African descendant? I mean, you're Italian, you're like us. Come on, you're white, you've always been like us. Wouldn't that demean you? So the perception and that people from my family and many other people I know in Italy who believe they belong just to one identity, just to one environment, just to one country. Some don't even think of themselves as Europeans, but just as Italians, or their belonging is just to the small place they grew up in. So questioning identity, that was the beginning of this process of questioning my own identity. And I started to define myself an Italian Eritrean at the age of 40. And I used that as, a political stand to say that, and to defend the idea that our identities are much more complex, talking about complexity, than we thought, or that than we've been induced to think. So if the system, the environment we grew up in made us think that we are only Italians or Europeans, if we did a little more, as I tried to do with my own name, and I never dared to question my name, when I found out through this research that my surname is a colonial surname because of my great-grandfather was a settler, and my first name was given to my grandfather as a tribute to the Savoia family, to the royal family, so it's a monarchic name. So So I have a colonial surname and a monarchic name, which is quite embarrassing considering what I do. So, I've been struggling with the idea of even changing my surname, taking my mother's surname, because I realized that even being imposed the surname of the fathers is somehow something that we've been forced to accept. And so that is why I started to question identity. I don't know if I answered your question.
Absolutely. Well, of course, open the discussion to everyone in just a second, but can you, these are extremely powerful books. Can you say a little bit about the reception, the different receptions that there have been of your books, and how that business affected your yourselves, practice, your understanding of your role, with your different identities, like a story, aggressive, all of these multiple.
So yes, thank you. This is a very interesting question in general, and I believe I am living an interesting story, not of my making, but by fate. I have a strange and interesting fate as a writer. So my books are translated in a little more languages than you mentioned. So I am very lucky in it that I have many readerships, and they make me travel, and so it's very interesting to go and listen to what does the Czech readership think of Eva's Leaps or in Ukraine. So my books, I'm so lucky, they bring me places. And my weird destiny has been so that I am substantively more popular, authoritative. More copies of my books are sold in the rest of Europe than in Italy, specifically the two great readership communities, which are the German-speaking and in France. I have two very good publishers in both of these both of these languages. So the German-speaking, so Austria, Germany, and Switzerland, and in France. And somehow, what happened is that, and I mean substantively more, like the numbers are an order of magnitude bigger. I make my living much more out of my sales in foreign countries than in Italy, which is interesting, except for Eva Dorma. Eva Dorma is also quite popular. But in my other books, especially Sangue Giusto, the difference, since we're talking about this book now, the difference between the reception in numbers, in even just, my name being the name that is in the minds of people when they do something about Italian colonies in the public discourse. My presence as an author and as a person who has talked about these topics is vastly different between what it is in Italy and what it is in the German-speaking world and in France specifically. Which, it has become a little topic that sometimes, in a few days I will give an interview to a German magazine, and the journalist, one of the questions that I will be asked, which now I am asked quite often, is why this? What is with your books that makes them more? So I always say, what is it that makes them more palatable, I don't know, sellable, interesting, considered authoritative in other places than in Italy? And I always say, I have no idea why the German public or the French public are more interested in my books. I think, so it's not for me to give an answer, but if I had to give an answer, I guess it would be, I would rather turn your gaze on why aren't they so popular and in it. So I would rather point the gaze on what is the Italian discourse. Why, and by the way, I'm not the only one. The books of Gianmarco, who you will invite, are having a blast, a very deserved blast in German. Well, no, not in Italy, but there's no comparison. So why is this? And it's hard for me to answer. And it's not a personal thing. I think it has to do with the Italian discourse in general. That there is something probably, but these are tentative answers, which have probably more to do with a way in which, in general, Italy treats, well, the fact that I'm a woman doesn't help. That's my hunch. I'm a woman who doesn't write books about, even very good books, about, only feelings, but I have this audacious presumption of writing about history and, big topics and, but these are just hunches, and in fact, it would be very interesting. And as I say, more and more journalists start asking me this. It's become a little, feature of who I am. And if I were not the person involved, I would actually research this and write something out. Of course, I can't. It's not for me to do. But I think it's an interesting, case study. The reception of San Giusto in Italy, as opposed to the rest of Europe, is an interesting case study on the state of post-colonial discourse, or, could be.
Absolutely. And as you were talking, I was just saying, this is an academic question, this is a research question. Thank you. You talk.
The reception.
Yeah.
Well, although I actually had conceived a book for international readership that wasn't published in other countries, and I hope it will be published, at least in English, soon. So my only experience in terms of reception is about Italy. Let's say that within the academia, it was, I assume, well received, since we are here today. What your colleagues, our friends, told me is that this book, which is witnessing the experience of a mixed race grandchild of colonialism, helps to explore that gray area that Uoldelul was mentioning earlier this morning, in which you cannot really describe our colonial history and anything colonial history as a black and white kind of thing, good and evil, settler and colonizer and colonized, but the truth is in the nuances of all this. And the people or the characters of my book, I think that they show well enough that there is no completely good or bad, because the people that have been victims of colonial violence somehow in their family history is somehow they become the evil side of it in other situations. Indeed, let's say, the development of the story through the generations, from my great father to myself. So it's the story of 4 generations of men and women, of fathers and mothers, and children in between 2 continents, 2 different periods of our history, and 2 different backgrounds, totally different backgrounds. So within the academia, I think that was the reception. Let's say what this book, how this book contributed to the debate about colonialism. The other, let's say the non-academic world, so let's say the general public, I have presentations in bookshops, in other contexts, and I think that I was quite surprised that most people got the message. And what I wanted to write about was not Africa or Eritrea. The aim of the book was to show how patriarchy can harm, from an historical point of view, the lives of generations of people. So it was about a relationship between men and women, and our colonial history was just a pretext, or the background situation that shows some of the deepest evil of this country, which is patriarchy. There's no doubt about that. And I tend to say that Italian colonialism was built on two pillars. One is racism, the other is male chauvinism. And this, well, let's say the story of my family, I think that shows that all. And that was the aim of the book, and somehow I think that I succeeded in that, at least from the reception and the feedback that I had so far.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one more question, then we're going to give people the opportunity to ask different questions. And that is, working in different media, which you both do, and what are the effects of working in different media? Francesca, for example, looking at your novel, then documentary, they are very much in dialogue with one another. So one sees the different effects of the different media. But can you reflect a little bit about that?
Yes, just a specification. The documentary I think you're referring to, Pagine Nascoste, Hidden Pages, is not by me. I am the subject.
Yes.
It's been directed and conceived by wonderful director Sabrina Varani. So that is not so much my product.
No, certainly, but the reflection of himself.
Yeah, which is always, whenever I see, like yesterday, you showed them. It's always terribly embarrassing. So, as a documentary filmmaker, I have produced other films which are my artistic expression. Now that Sabrina, we've been together to Ethiopia, she came with me the second time I was there. Searching Sanguijusta, the first time I was on my own, but she came. So, I mean, I can't, it's not my documentary, but certainly we were very much together. By the way, she was the most respectful of documentary filmmakers, which is not always the case. The way she treated me as the subject was absolutely fantastic. And so I have absolutely no qualms about I think it's a very good movie, and I think I can say it because, again, coming back to your question, so I have been a screenwriter, mostly for television, some movies also. I started very, very young. I was not even 20, I was 19 when I signed my first contract. So that was the first half of my working life, which now I'm okay with not doing anymore. I've done a lot, but I'm so grateful that I have this experience now as a literary writer. It has given me a full appreciation of the craftsmanship of writing. Yes, it's also an art. Yes, and in the best of cases, when the stars collide, we do something which maybe also has an artistic value. And of course, that's the goal. Literary value, something which maybe even lasts. That's very presumptuous. But at the heart of all of that, there is the craft of storytelling, the craft of words, the craft of organizing, the research and the viewpoints and the dramaturgy and the narratology. And I am sure that I would never have debuted, for instance, with a book as complex and a big family saga with many characters and many timelines as Eva Dorme, Eva Sleeps, if I hadn't had that certainty which came from many years of, for instance, for many years I was the head writer of mid-length series, which means 14 or 16 episodes. I was the brain which kept the continuity together. So, I am not scared, I'm not intimidated by vast narrative material. I'm actually like, yes. I learned to do research, to develop a personal relationship with facts. I don't write until now. I don't write fantasy books or dystopian. Never say never, but until now. So I have the I present myself to the readers as someone who talks about actual facts and then, of course, makes up things on them. So, as I always say, my hope is that historians of the specific period which I write about when they read my books don't puke, but at the same time, that readers are entertained. So, and then the visual aspect of it all, as a documentary filmmaker, has been, I've only done it twice, but recently I saw again my last documentary, which was now more than 10 years ago. I actually miss it. I would really like to. Shooting with documentaries is wonderful because you go with a camera and the reality is writing itself on the film or on the whatever. And then the real story making is made in the editing room. And film editors and writers are twins, basically. We are twin men. And so that is always very, very fascinating for me. And or the last thing I will say, I could talk about this extensively, but another aspect of my experience as a screenwriter, which is so important for me as a narrative writer, as a literary writer, as a storyteller, is what I learned from actors. Actors, up to a point, my job is the same as that of actors. When I handle my characters, I immerse in them, like I immerse myself in Rodolfo Graziani or in Abeba or in the young guy coming from Ethiopia and claiming that he's Italian. And I go around and explore, and I do a work which is very common with what actors do, only that then they embody what they found and I describe it to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Vittorio. Working between and different media.
Well, let's say that doing the research for the book, I realized that, and I was quite disappointed that other forms of art, other literature, like cinema, for instance, in Italy, which is so much rich and so much creative in filmmaking, had nothing, almost nothing about Italian colonialism. So that was an actual surprise to me because I never realized that this side of the story, let alone the institutions, politics, journalism. So apart from the academia, there was no actual attempt to dig a little more into this story. So my only wish, because I can only wish at this point, since the generation, my generation, has not produced anything worth considering, I think, in terms of other media regarding our colonial history. So I'm quite optimistic about the new generations, especially the new generations, second, third generation of immigrants. They are so much more creative, using different platforms and media outlets thanks to the digital tools we have nowadays. And they are the ones who I feel they are more interested in Italy's Italian colonial history because somehow they see the link, they see the connection and the relation to their own situation. I write about mixed race people during the colonial period, and what inspired me as a journalist was the fact that the same denial of identity is happening nowadays. We mentioned the referendum, the issue of citizenship. So they experience this kind of exclusion, but they have much more creative ways of representing or advocating for the issue. So I'm quite confident that this new generation will do better than my old generation.
Thank you. I do have another couple of questions, but I do very much want to open the floor to people to ask any questions. Question before.
Thank you both. I guess I have a question for Vittorio mainly. I think you explained very clearly how your book exposes I think you developed an intersectional approach to colonialism, really, stressing how relevant patriarchy was. And I was wondering, while you were doing research for your book, while you were in Eritrea, maybe later on, maybe engaging with the diaspora and Italian Eritreans in general, I wonder whether this is also their narrative. I wonder how prominent the patriarchy element is, how much do they see it as a prominent element shaping the relationship between Eritrea and Italy in the past and in the present.
Eritreans, all Italian Eritreans
Yes,
there.
yes.
Well, you have an example with like Salvatore when he says we have Italian blood. Wow, I think that the rhetorics about Italian blood or being in part Italian is still there and is still intact. And I try to explain to him that there is no blood, Italian or Eritrean blood. I mean, it's just a right that they should have. Although I think that we'll tend to agree that the jus sanguinis law is not fair at all. I mean, this is not based on logic criteria. It's just a matter of belonging. But I found that the legacy that they feel is still refers to that kind of rhetorics, and that's unfortunate. At least Italian Eritreans, and they all went to the Italian school of Asmara. That's why they speak Italian so well. They all fantasize about Italy, they idealize Italy, but that was 10 years ago. Maybe now it's different. And when they come here, they realize that Italy is not the great place that their parents or grandparents talked about. But they still have a kind of nice ideal of Italy.
To answer the question, it wasn't for me, but it gave me an idea. As a woman author, you don't need to be a woman author, but certainly I am interested always in the gender aspect of whatever story I'm telling. And when I went to Ethiopia, as you did, with my background, you went with your background, I also interviewed many people, and both with the idea of, for instance, telling this character, which is an Ethiopian woman, the mother, the companion of the Italian colonist, the mother of the child, the half-child. So I talked with many women, and also I interviewed many people of the now dwindling Italo-Ethiopian community also. And it's so interesting to always see things to invert the perspective. Again, we were talking, I don't know with whom today, or several times this has been addressed today, of how toxic the hyper-victimization narrative of the oppressed, colonized as only being victims and devoid of any agency, only suffering bodies, how obviously wrong that is on so many aspects. And this was an instance in which was so evident. The stories of many of these stories, not all of them, but many of these stories were of a great, or some level of empowerment on the part of the women who had these relationships with Italian men, and how this gave them status, for instance, in the family, how they were very well looked upon by the whole system of the family, because it brought them privileges, it brought them, access to whatever, which, interestingly also, they didn't necessarily lose when the Italians went. It was something that a fait accompli. Again, not always, of course, but, the complexities, the nuances. A lady especially told me it was so interesting. This was a couple which had been formed not in the colonial time, but later, as the Italians stayed in Ethiopia. So it was maybe in the 70s, 60s or 70s, I can't remember now. And she said, yeah, of course, when I fell in love with the husband, the Italian husband, his family, the Italian family, had absolutely no problem with me. I was well educated, I looked pretty, so they said, okay. But my family said, oh, why are you marrying this, poor Italian? And for them, it was a lowering of her status as a higher class Ethiopian. So again, the complexities of class, gender, intersectional identities. I really want to thank Alessandro and Valeria today for talking so explicitly about the risk of essentializing all these topics. And this is a little anecdote which says how blind it makes us of to essentialize, issues like a potential relationship between an Ethiopian or Eritrean woman and an Italian man as necessarily only oppressive, violent, and so on. There's so much more to life than this, and that is what I'm interested in.
Thank you for your fascinating presentation. I have two questions. I have two questions. The second question for both of you. You talked about, and I have also you talked about your audience, your craft, and I'm just curious about your influences. From a literary point of view, when writing about those issues, those topics, were you looking at some special author or got inspiration from? And my comment is on this issue of blood. When I was listening to Salvatore, to me he was not referring actually to a kind of Italian colonial inherited notion. I think it's a very literary notion, in the sense that I think he would have used a term in Kenya, which is the E. The E is like literally your seed, your semen, your genes, your roots, and it is the way they are. In Ethiopian society, to a certain extent, is structured. So you get your roots from your father. So when he was saying Italian blood, he was referring to the fact that his roots are assumed to be Italian. It's like I was born in Asmara. I lived more or less all my life in Italy. But if I go back to it and they ask me where are you from, I shouldn't even say Asmara. I should say Serenity, because my father is from Serenity. So I am from Serenity in terms of my life. So I think his use of blood was actually referring to this, again, from patriarchal notion, but your identity is defined by your father. That's why I think he uses blood.
Thank you. Well, I reply first to your second question or comment on blood. Absolutely true. And it's surprising how the two cultures, the Italian and the Eritrean, matches. They do match. Because in Italy as well, blood and the father and the name of the father is so much strong, and it is so much deeply rooted in our culture that somehow matched the Eritrean patriarchal system. Not surprisingly, we still base our citizenship law on the right of blood, on sanguinis. So yes, that's what he meant. I'm sure that's what he meant, and that is what actually surprises me the most. That a country like Italy, that 2 centuries ago already had institutions and parliaments, and it was a kingdom. Still, we had a parliament, but then was based on the same patriarchal culture and system as other countries in Africa, like Eritrea. On sources and inspirations, the literature of return, that makes sense, inspired me the most. So writers like Hisham Attar, or even figures like Barack Obama, because we would discuss this with Luca Beretti. He interviewed me once, and I told him, it's so fascinating to show to African Americans our side of the story of colonialism or slavery, because in the U.S. Barack Obama is considered the first Black American president. In Europe, he would be considered the first mixed president. According to Italian standards, he would be considered a mestizo president, to the Italian standards of the time, of course. So the biracial element of Barack Obama was an advantage for him in the United States, even with the dreadful story of colonialism behind him. In our culture, in our system, in Europe and especially, but not just Italy, because in Belgium with the MAP, they have a very similar dynamic, and it would not be an advantage to be mixed. At the time, for sure, but I'm wondering if today that would be an advantage or not. And I try to explore that with books. So that is why these figures of writers like Matar or Obama or Mazza, of course, I guess that was inspiring as well.
Well, in Italy and in general in Europe, we don't have the one drop rule. That's the difference. Which makes it so that the Italians say, well, come on, you're Italian, come on, forget about that other thing, you're one of us, as if it were a good thing. It's basically the reverse. Everyone is one of us, if only they wanted to. So my inspirations, well, I can't tell you all of course, the authors I look up to as mentors, the spiritual mentors. What I can say is that for each of my book, it's become a little ritual I have. I not so much choose, but a book by some great author whom I admire and who I look up to somehow appears to me as the mentoring book of that book which I am writing. For instance, Hisham Adar, The Return, the outstandingly deep and incredible book, was my mentor book for the last book I wrote, Piedi Fede, the last book I published, because Fede is a letter from me to, what did I do? It's a letter to me, from me to my deceased father, so it's also a relationship with the ghost of a father who was in very difficult times, the Second World War in Ukraine. So, and somehow having Hisham's book next to me was like a way of, having a Virgil, a guiding companion, an elder who could accompany. For Eva Dormer, none other than War and Peace. It's not about wars and battles, but the scope of War and Peace, the depth of the vastness of War and Peace. Somehow I kept it there as a. By the way, War and Peace is one of my living traditions, which I always look up. So it was also my first book. So, and for Sangue Giusto, nothing colonial, or not directly, or nothing, explicitly regarding the topics, the content, but more about the character. The main character of Sangue Giusto is Ilaria's father and my Salvatore's grandfather, the town colonist, who is one of my personal favorite character which I ever wrote. I just love so much writing about him because he's so imperfect. He's so complicated. He's so full of complexities. So Italian, yes. So I really enjoyed it, right? And he's not a completely honest guy, but he somehow, makes it through always, right, rich of his charm and so on. So my mentoring book was, in my opinion, the masterpiece by one of my favorite authors, who is John le Carré, A Perfect Spy. If you haven't read it, it's a masterpiece. By the way, it's written wonderfully, even the turns of the phrase, and it's also about a character like this. And it's also written by the point of a son of a father of this complicated kind. So for every book, I have someone I always like to look up to, and at least attempt to go in that direction. Thank you for your question.
I would just like to add that, the Richard of Return, inspired by the Homeric tradition,
yes,
Nostos, Nostoi. Yeah. So that is for sure the most inspiring thing through the centuries. But my attempt was to, reverse the figure of the father, which is idealized in that kind of tradition. So even Matar or Obama, they tend to idolize their fathers. I try to do the opposite. I try to reverse the roles and praise and give dignity to the mothers who are most of the time forgotten by that tradition.
There is a last question. Yeah? The mic. This one is open. It's from the Afterlife.
Thank you again. I have two questions, very briefly. The first one is about the book market. What is your relation with your publisher? When you proposed a book in which the colonial question is central, how they react. And also, Francesca referred to the largest audience that she has in German and French languages world. If you have an explication of this dynamic. And the second question is about what is my impression that every time you publish a book or a book about Italian colonialism, a fictional book about Italian colonialism gets success, so get a large audience of readers. In the media, it seems to me that every time they talk about, they treat like a curious success.
Totally true.
So I don't know if it's just a wrong personal impression, but it seems to me that every time we find ourselves at the first step of the so why they didn't probably not they didn't accept the establishment of a literary field about this topic, but why they find it so difficult to recognize the existence of I think a 20, 30 years history, tradition of fictional literature about the Italian colonial past, the Italian colonial.
So Alessandro, I totally agree with this reading of the media response. It's almost a joke. I have some friends with whom I have started joking, like a recurring joke. Every time any book is published in Italy about some colonial stuff, finalmente un libro, I would say first in Italian, finalmente un libro sul colonialismo, grande rimosso italiano. At last, a book on colonialism, the great dark, removed, denied object of which is not true anymore. And it's almost comical. It's almost comical. It's weird. And as you say, fortunately, it has no correspondence to reality. I also go to schools a lot. And also another luogo comune, another banality, platitude is il colonialismo italiano che non è insegnato a scuola, which is not true. Again, in these 20 years, let's say at least 15, certainly at least 15 years, there's been a huge advancement in the books and the manuals. I have several friends, historian friends who have worked on new textbooks. This is not true. Now here we're opening a can of worms, which again, another conference, the Italian media.
That is the problem. How they handle whatever topic is, just to mention a few, the war in Ukraine, or COVID, or colonialism. It's always a cascare dal pero, falling from a pear tree as if, oh, this astonishingly new thing which has never happened before. Well, actually, I don't think it has happened before, but people, have been thinking about it and talking about it and writing and critiquing each other about what they wrote for quite some time. You could, acknowledge that, but every time it's as if it's the first time. And I think it really has to do with the terrible, terrible, disastrous state of Italian media, specifically, which is always scandalistic and sensationalizing everything, so if you can say at last, it's more sensational than, oh, okay, we're also, it never acquires a debate. I lived more than half of a year in Berlin. I must say, it's not, of course, the only reason, there are personal reasons, but something I really appreciate of the German discourse, complicated and imperfect and has also dark side, of course. But still, you never have this feeling that there is this constant, again, in Italian, invenzione dell'acqua calda, invention of the warm water. Every time you have to start from scratch, which makes me come back to the first half of your question, which is the reception of books. As an author, for instance, in Germany or in France or in other countries, I have a feeling that, I have now published my fourth book, not too many, it's not many. Many people my age have published many more, but like I said, I was a late starter. But still, it's 4, not 1. And when I'm interviewed or when I'm reviewed on French or the German press, for instance, I have a feeling that, there is a following of my progression as an author with my aesthetics, with my whatever, poetic, whatever, and maybe they like it, maybe they don't. They critique it, but they do their work as a reviewer of, following an artistic or creative direction, path, progression. In Italy, every book I publish, it's as if it's my debut novel. They mention the other ones, but I'm always treated, and again, this is not personal, this is not about me, this is the media system, as if someone wrote this book. And the fact that someone has already developed a poetic, a worldview, whatever, it's never built on. We're always at step 1, which I can't even begin to imagine how frustrating it must be for you, scholars, who never get, you get even less attention than we do, writers for the public, for the lay public. So I can't even begin to imagine how terribly frustrating it must be, and at the same time how disturbingly funny it is. But it is a problem. It is a real problem. But on the other hand, if you look at Italian media, the state of Italian television, the state of the public debate in Italy is dismal. And it's a national emergency. This is really a national emergency. I'm not saying it lightly. It's a national democratic emergency. Because if we have to talk about colonialism or migration, or the way the referendum is being treated, this has affects the actual functioning of democracy, let alone culture, democracy. So it's a big, big problem.
Absolutely agree. On Italian media, I have just been appointed editor of Italian Watchdog on the way Italian media write and report migration, for instance, which is called Carta di Roma. And we work with the Ordine dei Giornalisti, the National Association, Civil Register Guild of Journalists, and the Union of Journalists, Federazione della Stampa Italiana. We do a lot of training to journalists all around the country, especially local journalists, on the correct way, the accurate, objective, correct way to report, to write about migration, to deal with migration issues. So Captain was born in 2008, when it was quite common to talk about immigrants as clandestini. We had headlines like Bukumbra, still, it was the way in the 80s, the media, all people, like to call anyone from the global south. It is a long process, it's not easy. Italian media tend to reassure their readers with cliches, platitudes. When I came to London in 2000 to study journalism here, I went to the office of Rai Television, to the correspondence here, and I was fascinated by British, very engaging political scene. So I suggested them a lot of ideas about, reporting about these demonstration or that union struggle. And the reporters here, they're still reporters of time, 25 years ago, I came here in 2000, I was living in Rosebery actually. They told me, well, it's quite hard for us when we deal with our editors to propose to pitch any story which does not include unwritten the royal family, pop stars, football stars. So the idea was to reassure the readers, the public, the audience, and not to question those cliches. And on migration is the very same thing. So it's quite hard, to represent the complexity of identities, not just of the current foreigners, whatever we want to mean by foreigners, immigrants. But think about our colonial past. But I'm optimistic that things are improving. It's true that anything coming out on colonial history or colonial past is presented as finalmente, eventually shedding light on the dark side of our story. But in the very last few years, we were talking about this earlier today, there's been some kind of, it has been faster and faster. So I think that in a few years' time, it will be acknowledged. What has been surprisingly new in the last few years.
Can I just add something? Addressing the first part of your question, what is the relationship with the publisher, for instance? And it comes to what you were saying. My strategy has always been, don't tell the publisher anything until the book is more or less done, and then hopefully they will. And specifically with Santo Giusto, with the colonial story, colonial migration story, I certainly didn't, I also didn't want to sell the rights, I wanted to be free, I had no idea how long it would take me, it was a long book, so no. But I talked with colleagues, with other fellow writers at festivals, as we do at lunch. And in my latest book, The Differenti, I tell the story of a dialogue I had as I was writing Sangue Giusto with a colleague, whom I will not mention, to whom I told, I'm writing, talking shop, what are you writing about this one? And he said, Francesca, ancora Francesca, this enough with this colonialism, boring. And this was maybe 2012, 13, when really the discourse was not that. So a typical thing of Italian media and Italian discourse in general is to jump from. Nobody talks about it. Nobody used the gases. Montanelli's right. We went there to costruire le strade, to build roads. Two enough. Nothing in between. That's the media narrative. Fortunately, the country, Italy, and this is true in every aspect of public and private life, Italy is much better than the narration that the media gives, which is also good news.
Thank you. We'll stop this conversation. We could go on for a very long time. I'd like to thank Vittorio and Francesca. We are passing the wonderful session. Gianmarco, would you like to come up? I'm just going to speak, and please stay. We'll just perhaps conclude. We'll perhaps just conclude by asking the question. Where do we need to go from here? It was interesting that Laura was, sorry, I was going to go, but I
Will was talking earlier about the plans that we had and the things that we did with that group of people, Archeology, bringing people together, thinking about where this whole field would go. And we talked informally about doing something similar, bringing some of this work together. Of course, that does happen, but it is a good question to ask people where we might go. Or what we need to do that.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? Actually, also like very first impression after a two intense day is that this dialogical form is working very well. I mean, more than presenting something and showing something which is happening. It's just to reflect on some statements, some practices, which, I mean, I think that it must be implemented as a kind of, let's say, recurring platform dialogue, different ways, different places, not only London, but of course, we are very happy to be all here. And I think that we should think about formats in which we also like think, collect ideas, and put ideas in circulation among different, let's say, characters, expertise, and practice. That's my hate. I don't know if anyone.
Can I make a
Yeah, sure.
I would like to basically repeat what I just said, but in the context of what can be done. If I were an academic, I would really explore the topic of colonialism on the media, how it's talked about. The afterlife of empire is made also, if not mostly, in the media. I mean, Aldo Cazzulo, who writes it's Cazzulo who writes the book about the Impero Romano as the best thing that ever happened, and which should be replicated and which we should still be sort of living in, and it being a mediatic phenomenon. It says something about what we're talking about, yeah. You want?
Yeah. Let's keep this on. Yeah.
You want to? That does come your way. Okay. Next, I don't want to say what I think needs to be done from now, but following on Chancellor's suggestion, I just wanted to say that here in London, Catherine Harlow, the director of the Institute of Classical Studies, and I, and Eckhard Marchand at the Work Institute, are planning a conference in October next year on the use of plaster casts of classical sculptures and neoclassical sculpture as a means of civilization, of civilizing the colonies, and also as the material that's being used by post-colonial elites in the former colonies to assert their dominance over the rest of their countries. And that's something for which I've learned an enormous amount here with regards to the Italian colonial system, of which I didn't know very much. At the moment, we've planned that in a structure of conference papers. But I must say, I was also extremely impressed by this format here with the dialogues, and we might be able to learn from that as well. So thank you all very much for your contributions. I've taken copious notes, and they will inform the next year's.
Absolutely, I'm certainly disseminating information about that. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, this is a question I have for the previous session with Valeria, Alessandro, and Uoldelul and Emanuele. I mean, I cannot but mention the debate that there is in Italy, that has been in Italy over the last 2 years, about the proposal made by the ANPI, the Partisan Association, and a group of MPs to establish a day, a national day of, how can I say, mourning the victims of colonialism. I know that we have different views and ideas of that, but that is the most important political outcome of so many work that all of you, especially, not much earlier than what I did, done over the last few decades, and it has never happened before in the history of the Republic, so since 1946. That some MPs from the opposition, of course, so from the Democrats and the other groups, issued a proposal like that. Of course, with this majority in Parliament, that is not expected to be approved or even discussed in Parliament, but still there is this campaign going on in local councils, municipalities, the town of, well, the city of Rome, of Bologna, and Turin approved the institution of a national day, not of mourning, to mourn the victims of colonialism, just to debate about colonialism and to give a different meaning, re-signify, that's the word, the places that are inspired by our colonial history, especially from a European point of view. So that was my question to you and to all of you. If you think that could contribute somehow, and what are the dangers, the risk of such initiatives?
Perhaps Diana Giulia might want to say something about the initiative in Bologna, for example, Deplano.
Just to mention the day degli Agalit 12-19 febbraio, that is a local Italian association between different groups that are working as activists on public spaces and on colonial toponymy of different cities in Italy, and we together with ANPI wrote this proposal with a lot of different points of view, of course, because we didn't want to celebrate something like victims of just victims of colonialism, Italian colonialism, but we wanted to stress the importance of dealing with resistance from anti-colonial, and we are working with ANPI to open up this field of thinking at both the anti-colonial resistance as a form of anti-fascist resistance. Diana, maybe in Bologna, you can tell something.
I'm sorry that I tried in English. The municipality of Bologna approved the idea to have a date to celebrate the victim of colonialism, obviously the 12th of February, but the idea is that the municipality assume every event, every initiative, every things that we can dico in italiano, scusate, mi traducono, sono troppo stanca. Allora, l'idea è che il Comune dà un patrocinio a qualunque iniziativa verrà fatta durante tutto l'anno sotto questa sigla Legacies 12, quindi il 12 febbraio sarà la giornata, diciamo, celebrata, ma in realtà si faranno iniziative tutto l'anno che saranno sempre sotto questa sigla, diciamo, di Legacies 12-19. E l'altra idea, che devo citare chi è l'assessore, il consigliere, che è Sid Negash, che è appunto una persona esatto, afro-italiana, che sta proponendo adesso una delibera comunale dove faremo un programma annuale e tutta una serie di iniziative, tra cui la risignificazione di una lastra che celebra Adua nel cortile principale del comune, che purtroppo è lì da tanti anni e che abbiamo pensato di fare un processo di risignificazione. Ma ci sono tante iniziative, c'è la riscrittura della toponomastica, c'è insomma, tantissime, però diciamo la cosa essenziale è il comune, per riassumerla, per tradurre, che il comune assume l'idea che celebriamo un giorno, ma in realtà tutte le iniziative dell'anno sono sotto il patrocinio del comune. Non so se...
Translate. So in the city of Bologna, the municipality agreed to give not only the authorization but the patrocinio, the official
Support, I mean, yes. Publicly support, official support.
Recognition and support to all initiatives on Italian colonialism and on a resignification of a public plaque in the building of the municipality who remember in a celebrative way the Battle of Adua. And so they are working on this. But in many Italian cities, in Padua, they are starting redefining colonial toponymy. And in Rome, we are working not only on colonial toponymy, but also in the resignification of the monument of Dogari. That is a very important monument, and that they are restoring in a conservative way. And we asked to let us doing a project of resignification that currently we are doing, and hopefully in the next month will be out.
Just a little in English, okay? In Bologna, in Piazza Maggiore, one of the most important places in Bologna, there is a very, very big monument dedicated to the partisan that fight against the Nazi fascists normally. And now we start a discussion with an ANPI, the Association of National Partisans in Italy, to enlarge this monument with the name and the photos of the partisan in the colonies, to include the partisan, not the black partisan in Italy that are it's approved, but to insert inside the partisan in the colony that fight in the colonies, in this monument to the partisan, to the national partisan in Bologna.
One of the work around this question.
I think that the best way to conclude a silver lining, I mean, we are pointing out good practices that are happening also thanks to the work, the collective and maybe dialogical work that has been carried out by writers, by artists, by scholars. So I think that it's I mean, a focus on good practices and like getting rid of the exceptionality paradigm that you mentioned just before. I think this it's a proof that something has changed and something has changed. So I totally agree with Vittorio in telling that it's just a matter of time. I mean, of course, it's a constant fight. I mean, but I think that we are well let out also to scendere in campo,
Well, I think what we'll do is that we'll conclude now, and we'll mill around and chat and debrief informally. But just before we do, I'd like to thank our speakers, absolutely, our chairs, and everyone that's communicated and participated in this section. So thank you all very much.
Yes. And a huge applause to Charles Burdett, Mr. Stoller.